Hello everyone, welcome back to my Let's Play Part 4. Let's get into this. I took a day break Friday, but today's Saturday. It is pretty hot here, it's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like 33, and that's without the, oh, mother. That's without the, humidity. With the humidity, it's worse. So, yeah. 4 or 5 hours of playing this. Yay! Alright, let's do this. Start with Osawa. I don't deserve to be forgiven for what I've done. We may have both done the same thing, but my motives those were different, and so I don't regret what I did. And yet, if someone were to ask me if there was some small part of me that wanted to see the results of my research, I would say yes. I could not deny it. Osawa grabbed his shoes from the entryway and then headed for the back door. He didn't want the detectives in his living room to know he was going to meet with Makino. Makino. That pest, Kajiwara, was nowhere in sight. It's funny how they mention pest. Now was his chance to slip away. Gotcha. That face. Very creepy. Speak of the devil, Kajiwara had snuck up behind him. Are you going out? Detective said. No. I was just... Osawa felt something in his suit. Glanced down, he saw a rubber duck stuffed inside it. Is this your doing? I laid a booby trap, or rather, a ducky trap. Booby trap. Originally a type of lethal trap used during wartime to catch clumsy or unwary soldiers. Boobies. In modern parlance, however, the term frequently signifies a harmless prank, such as setting a blackboard eraser atop a classroom door so that it falls onto the head of whoever opens the door. Kajiwara beamed with self-satisfaction. You know, you act like a grade schooler, Osawa said. Indeed, sir. I am a grown man with a youthful heart. Leave it to Kajiwara to, yet again, miss the point entirely. With a sigh, Osawa tossed the duck at him. Kajiwara caught it nimbly in one hand, then stuffed it right into his pocket. I won't tell you that you aren't allowed to leave, sir. All I ask is that you tell me where you've been and where you plan on going. My work is highly confidential. I'm not at liberty to discuss just anything about. Please try to work with me on this, sir, Kajiwara interrupted. He leaned in uncomfortably close. Do you recall what I said before? About how I appreciate if you didn't keep secrets from me? Sawa hesitated inwardly, debating how much he should share. Hey, he decided to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell you, just leave me in peace. You needed to keep this a secret. It doesn't concern you. I'm just going to buy some cigarettes. He lied. I am going to select B. You needed to keep this a secret. It doesn't concern you. Alright, detective said. In that case, I just have one condition. Please take this with you. He produced something that looked like a small transceiver from inside his coat. What's this? It's a bug tracker, sir. It will beep in response to a nearby listening device. I don't need this. He pushed Kajiwara's hand aside, and the bug tracker fell to the floor. Mr. Osawa, you mustn't underestimate the lengths to which these kidnappers might go. For once, the detective's face was all seriousness. Alright, fine. Osawa snatched up the device and headed out the door. Something tells me that's going to play a crucial role for him for some reason, and then he's going to be like, oh. Makino's car was parked out front. A driver stood alongside it. Osawa exchanged a wordless greeting with him, then cut into the back. He found Makino reclining in one of the luxurious leather seats. Now then, Makino said, what did you want to ask me about? Lighting a cigar, he glanced sidelong at Osawa. I was hoping you could explain the situation to me, sir. Which situation would that be? So he was still going to beat around the bush even now. Osawa suppressed an urge to shout at him. Are you the one who let the antiviral out of the lab, sir? Yes, that was me. Makino didn't bat an eyelid. So why had he been so coy a few moments earlier? But how? The fingerprint authentication system is almost unbreakable. Getting access to the storage area would. He trailed off as he thought suddenly occurred to him. It was not strictly true that fingerprint authentication was the only means of entry. Osawa and Tanaka had both set up passwords as a failsafe in case injured fingertip somehow prevented them from opening the scanner properly. But these passwords were 10-character alphanumeric strings. No one could just haphazardly fumble their way in. Could Makino have sent a request to the electronic locks manufacturer and asked them to unlock it then? No, that required the approval of 6 board members, and Osawa was one of those 6 people. There really seemed to be no way of getting in without leaving any trace. You're absolutely right. Of course, Makino said with a grin as if reading his thoughts. I couldn't gain access to the lab without you and Tanaka, but I didn't have to. He exhaled a large plum of smoke. You remember when we released the samples for animal testing? No, it couldn't be. Osawa broke out in a sweat. Ah, but it could, Makino said. I had them divert some of the samples intended for animal testing. Naturally, that didn't leave any record of anything being taken from the lab. Osawa bit his lip hard. He couldn't help but feel betrayed by his company. But why? Makino let out a nasal one-note chuckle. You don't seem to grasp how valuable this thing really is. Well, what do you mean by that, sir? Makino lowered his voice. There's a major world power out there that has already weaponized the UA virus. For a moment, Osawa thought this was just a sick joke, but the look on Makino's face told him otherwise. I've been informed that it was recently used on a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal, there were at least 800 casualties. If you include civilians, the numbers jump to over 2,000. Any evidence of the disease agent and the bomb that delivered it has, of course, been covered up. Osawa listened in amazement, his outrage that any government would commit such an atrocity, quite surprising, or suppressing his excitement at discovering that the virus could be propagated by explosive means. He felt the excuse me. Hold on a sec. He felt the flush of guilt at his own fascination. The antiviral you created, Osawa, has the potential to render this weapon useless. Right now, Okoshi Pharmaceutical possesses the sole means to combat UA. Makino's lips curled into a boastful grin. Any number of countries would love to get their hands on it. The major power in question has offered an unprecedented sum. And that's hardly a surprise. Having a monopoly on the antiviral makes the weapon itself that much more valuable. To Osawa, this was a glimpse into another terrifying world, one he had barely imagined previously. And so you wanted to get human testing over with as soon as possible, is that it, he spat? Makino shrugged. I explained full well to the locals what the risk of experimentation were, and they were paid in accordance with said risks. Hold on a sec, folks. Sorry, folks. They willingly consented to infection with the UA virus. Sophistry, Osawa huffed, nothing more. You use money to deceive a bunch of poor farmers. Come on, Osawa, who's being disgenuous now? Mikino eyed him with contempt and let out another puff of smoke. I know you, Osawa, and I know you're not really concerned for some bunch of hick farmers. All you care about is your research. The thing that's really nagging you right now is that someone went ahead and did the final clinicals without you. Oh, spare me the ridiculous, sir. As a virologist, I have a moral duty to what? Makino barked. Go to the media with this? Do you have any idea how much money the company has thrown at your lab to keep it up and running? How much money? Osawa's lab was incurred into expenses of roughly 30 billion yen in developing the antiviral medication. Okushi Pharmaceutical spends approximately 200 billion yen per year on research and development. Osawa's work is the single most costly element of that budget. Osawa gaped. I do appreciate all the company has done for me, sir. He spoke so quietly that his voice was nearly inaudible. In any event, Makino said, now that you know about the human testing, I can't let you go to America. How do you know about that? He insisted that AI keep his planned relocation a secret, but apparently she told her father regardless. If you insist on making the move anyway, I'll use any means necessary to stop you. Makino regarded Osawa with a bloodshot gaze. Any means necessary. Osawa swallowed a lump in his throat. Sir, you don't mean that my daughter's kidnapping was... Don't be ridiculous, Makino said before Osawa could finish. Of course that wasn't me. Nevertheless, I'll do what I must to keep you in line. Remember that. Understood, sir. I'll turn down the U.S. job offer. Osawa heard his own voice like the thin drone of a tiny insect. He felt utterly powerless. I can't simply take your word on that, Makino said. Do it now. I want to hear you do it myself. He jutted his jaw toward the phone and the backseat console. Alright, Osawa said. He had no choice but to fall in line. Couldn't this just wait a little bit, sir? Osawa asked. Maybe he could still find a way out. I don't know why he just doesn't call him and just turn down the job. Go inside the house and call him right back and just say, hey, my employer made me call you and do this. I was forced. I'm gonna see what happens when I select B. Couldn't this just wait a little bit, sir? Osawa asked. Maybe he could still find a way out. You already know what my decision is, Makino said. His tone carried an edge of intimidation. Osawa didn't reply. He simply stared at the telephone. He felt like the insect who had had all its legs plucked off. You need to think about your wife, too. Makino's words were barely above a murmur. Realizing that his boss was speaking of AI's father, Osawa couldn't bring himself to resist further. He reached out for the phone. It would be around 10 p.m. local time for the American firm. He decided to call his contact's personal phone. The headhunter was shocked to hear that Osawa wanted to decline the position. When he pressed for the reasons behind the decision, Osawa hung up. Visibly relieved, Makino lit up a fresh cigar. Sir, there's one thing I don't understand. And what's that? Osawa's head was feeling fuzzy. The smoke inside the vehicle had gotten extremely thick. If someone has the top secret information, why wouldn't they threaten the company as a whole? Why send those emails to me personally? I'm not sure. There's an internal investigation already underway. We'll find the source of the leak soon enough. At this point, though, Osawa wasn't sure. Excuse me. Osawa wasn't sure knowing who originally leaked the info mattered. The info mattered much at all to him. If you'll beg my pardon, sir, then, sir, Osawa said. He put his hand on the door handle. A sudden high-pitched chirp sounded from his pocket. The bug tracker Kajiwara had picked up a signal. Is that your cell? Makino asked. Ah, oh yes, that's mine. He hurriedly hopped out of the car and reached into his pocket. Is everything alright, sir? The driver was still waiting outside the car. He leaned toward Osawa, looking concerned. Was it you? Osawa stepped close to the driver. Did you send me those emails? What? What are you talking about, sir? Don't play dumb with me, Osawa said. You're the only person who could planted a listening device on the company car. Listening device? The driver raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you after? Sir, what are you talking about? Who told you to do it? Tell me. The driver fled back into the car. Osawa clutched the bug tracker hard as he watched the vehicle pull away. He went back to his house, still gripped by confusion, to find AI waiting in the entryway. She must have gone home while he was out. You were with my father, weren't you? She sneered at Osawa as he slipped off his shoes. Yes, I was, he replied, and it's over. What's over? She knows damn well what. He struggled to contain his irritation. America, I'm not going, he huffed. Oh, really? Well, that is good news, she sounded sincerely pleased. Maybe a little bit more pleased than Osawa cared for. I need to go finish up some work things, he mumbled. He hurried to his study up on the second floor. He threw himself down in front of his computer. There hadn't been any progress on the investigation as usual. Just how long was this all going to go on for? Were all kidnapping cases this drawn out? Kidnapping cases. Specialized victim support teams belonging to the Special Criminal Investigation Unit has been deployed in Osawa's house. The members of the team are all specialists who have received training in such skills as negotiation, high-speed motorcycle and automobile driving, running phone traces, special communications, and phone records acquisition. Osawa was growing more and more uneasy. He could barely contain himself at this point. Wasn't there anything that he could do? He glanced over at his monitor. That's an idea. He could look up kidnapping investigations on the internet. That might give him some insight into the current situation. Kidnapping, police investigation, hostages. He typed in 3 keywords into the search field. The engine pulled up over 100,000 hits. He scanned the beginning of the list for anything that might be useful. One of the site links caught his eye. How the police do it. It looked like a page containing information on various types of police cases. He clicked on the link for kidnapping cases and began to read. Even if the hostage wound up safe in the end, the site informed him the police lost face if the culprit got away. And if the hostage were killed and the kidnapper evaded capture, the media would have a field day. This made apprehend the suspect an absolute necessity. Even if a person's life was on the line, when it came to kidnapping cases, the police prioritized making the arrest. Taking his hand off the mouse, Osawa sat back and thought. He wasn't going to be able to relax until he heard Maria's voice again. But if the police prioritized arresting the suspect, why were they just letting things stay in limbo now? Didn't they have the crooks under surveillance? He couldn't wrap his head around that. The internet hadn't been able to give him the info he'd hoped after all. Unable to do anything for Maria, but wait, he turned his thoughts on how his opportunity to transfer to the U.S. had passed him by. The research facilities in America would have been top tier. Some part of him still couldn't quite accept what happened. He stole a quick look back at the door, then surfed to the Aya Kamiki community for people 40 and over. Whenever something was weighing on his mind, posting on these forums seemed to turn his mood back around. He knew that now wasn't really the time to be doing this, but he needed to do something to calm and quiet his mind. He started a new forum topic. In the title field he wrote, Aya Kamiki expanded into the U.S. With Aya Kamiki still at the height of her popularity, does anyone else think it would be exciting if she ventured in an American market? I know I would. She's not the sort of artist who deserves to be confined to Japan. She should be recording at an American studio staffed by the industry's best. I'd love to see her career really take off over there. He wound up getting into a little back and forth with himself. Hopefully he'd get a response from someone else soon. A sudden shrill noise startled him so much that he nearly cried out. His heart fluttered like one of a young child who'd been caught in some prank. Realizing that the sound was coming from the bug tracker, he pulled it from his pocket and took a few breaths to steady himself. Evidently, someone had bugged his study as well. Tracker in hand, he walked toward the center of the room. What direction was the signal coming from? He tried heading over toward the window. Here, maybe? Next, he headed over to his desk. Here, too? The bug tracker was picking up signals from all over the room. Had there been many listening devices planted here? Mr. Osawa, it's Kajiwara. Ah, perfect timing. Osawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker's picking up signals. Oh? Yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. As if that's even possible right now. It feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is broken. What? Osawa was dumbfounded. Broken? But this is the one I got from you, right? Well, yes, but mine isn't detecting anything. Kajiwara produced an identical bug tracker from his pocket, and as he'd said, it wasn't getting any signals. As I recall, Mr. Osawa, that one was dropped on the floor when I was trying to hand it to you. Ah, yes, that's right. That must have been when it broke, sir. The strength ebbed from Osawa's body. He didn't even have the mental energy to be angry anymore. He gave the tracker a whack with the palm of his hand, and the beeping stopped. Right, he said. What can I do for you? Kajiwara clapped his hands together as if he just remembered something. Ah, right, we have a big problem. The toilet again, Osawa sighed. No, it's not that. It's something worse. Kajiwara's face turned grim. Something worse. Had something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. There was no way it could be that important. Osawa didn't need to listen to this clown. Hey. Had something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. What is it? Osawa asked. Go on, tell me. He did his best to remain composed. Well, you see, we ordered lunches for everyone, and it looked like there were 2 still left over, so I wound up eating them. There was an awkward pause. Osawa didn't have the foggiest idea how to respond. My deepest apologies, sir. I ate the lunches intended for you and your wife. Kajiwara bowed profusely, and I really do need to apologize. That they were tonkatsu bento boxes, and they were delicious. The meat was so tender, and the batter so crisp. With each and every bite, the rich flavor just filled my mouth more and more. Osawa felt a blood vessel burst in his skull. Listen, you. Get your goddamn act together, or he didn't get to finish that thought. A pathetic gurgle sounded from his stomach. See? Kajiwara said. You are hungry. He fussed sheepishly with his hair. At the talk of food, Osawa realized abruptly that he hadn't eaten anything since the night before. Should I make something for you? The detective asked. This is all my fault, after all. You can cook? Osawa wasn't sure how thrilled he was with the idea of Kajiwara helping him. You mustn't judge people based on outward appearances, Mr. Osawa. Alright, fine. Go ahead, then. His newfound hunger was making it hard for him to think. It would certainly behoove him to eat something. He led Kajiwara to the kitchen. It's a nice little kitchen. What's with that get-up? Wearing an apron in the kitchen is a must, sir. Apron. The cartoon character printed on the apron Kajiwara wearing is one of his own design. It is modeled after the MPD's mascot. His name is Penpokun. Alas, it wasn't while I'm naked. Naked. Oh, are you not familiar with the concept of the naked apron? The state of being entirely naked save for an apron, a form of cosplay. The views from the front, rear, and sides all offer a certain appeal, but caution must be advised, as it may be difficult to stop arguing about which presents the lowest sight once the topic is raised. There are similar, more sexualized naked styles as well, such as the naked sock, the naked shoe, naked necktie, naked ribbon, naked scarf, naked collar, and so forth. Okay? I could demonstrate if you like. No, that's quite alright. Where did you get that apron anyway? It's mine, sir. Have you had it with you this whole time? Yes, in here. With a smile, Kajiwara pointed in his pocket. Of course, Osawa eased himself into a chair. His hunger was making him feel weak, and Kajiwara was making him feel like he was losing his mind. Oh, this is bad, the detective said. I need to whip something up for you fast. Something's definitely wrong if you don't even have a comeback. Osawa felt his anxiety mounting. Just what sort of food is this insufferable oaf going to make anyway? Probably nothing worth eating, was his bet. For now, he just had to pray he winds up with something edible. Maybe it was better to ask Tanaka to make him lunch instead. Since AI's lunch was gone as well, he should probably ask her to make something. I'll go with A. For now, he just prayed that he wind up with something edible. Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator. Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. Could you please put out these in the diner, Mr. Osawa? Diner, named for the sound of a microwave oven makes when it is finished heating your food. The microwave at my house doesn't really go ding. When the timer reaches zeros, it just goes just a beep, and it doesn't make sense to call a microwave a beeper, since that's already a word that refers to something else. The detective handed Osawa some frozen lumps of rice. The diner? What the heck is a diner? A microwave oven, sir. Oh, Osawa stepped in front of the microwave. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to work the controls. You should thaw that rice out as soon as possible, Kajiwara told him. I'm actually not sure how to operate this thing. What? The detective's gasped. You don't know how to use a microwave. Osawa couldn't only nod in silent shame. It should be just as simple as turning the dial. Wait, which one? That one, sir. The one on the right. Osawa turned the dial, then crossed his arms with a satisfied grin. Mr. Osawa, you need to put the rice in first before you do that. Well, then why didn't you say that? Osawa snapped. I've never worked in a kitchen in my life. So don't ask me to do things that are this difficult. Very well. I'll handle this from here. Why don't you get out the bowls and the chopsticks then, sir? I have no idea what the hell those are. I have no idea where the hell those are kept. Kajiwara let out a heavy sigh. Alright then, please just sit and wait, sir, he said. And here, take this. Kajiwara pulled out a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket. Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you calm down. Too drained to argue, Osawa did as prompted, starting to pop his way along the sheet. Rather than calm him down, though, it was making him incredibly cross. This felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment. They say you can learn a lot about a household by looking in the fridge. You know, Kajiwara was cooking something in a frying pan. And, Osawa asked, just what have you learned about mine? I better not say, sir, you might take offense. Osawa snapped, another bubble between his fingers. The rice has been finished thawing. Kajiwara topped the steaming bowl of rice with the fried egg he'd whipped up in his pan. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added some pickled vegetables. Here you are, sir. Your fried egg on rice is complete. Fried egg on rice. One of Kajiwara's simple recipes. Others include white spaghetti, which is simply spaghetti that's been flavored with butter, salt, and pepper after it's been boiled. Both are a bit too basic to be properly called cuisine, but it does take a certain skill to bring the best flavor out of the ingredients with such simple seasonings. Kajiwara grinned from ear to ear. Go ahead and eat it while it's still warm. Osawa received the bowl with a dubious look. You aren't very good at cooking, are you? He said. All you had in your refrigerator were eggs and pickled vegetables, sir, I assume. Assure you, it's quite delicious. I recommend breaking the yolk and mixing it all together. Reluctantly, Osawa brought a bite to his mouth. That's good. The words came out almost unbidden. Isn't it just egg yolk and pickled vegetables paired? Isn't it? Egg yolk and pickled vegetables pair quite well. Osawa couldn't help but stuff his face, slipping into a rapturous daze as he did. The more he ate, the more it stirred his appetite. I had no idea fried eggs could be this delicious. I knew you probably had a long ordeal, sir. Still ahead of... Oh, wait. I know you probably have a long ordeal still ahead of you, sir, but please keep your chin up and hang in there. Kajiwara gave Osawa an admirable smile. That's right, he continued. And for dessert, we have bananas. No, thank you. Kajiwara grimaced at Osawa, held up a hand in refusal. Right then, when finished eating, would you please wash the bowl? Me? Wash the dishes? Osawa exclaimed in surprise, sounding like a petulant child. If someone else cooks for you, you should be do the cleaning up. It's only polite. Fine, okay. While Osawa was doing the dishes, the bug detector went off again. Director, if you have a moment, Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Keep out. Okay. It was a interesting chapter, or interesting time frame till the keep out kicked in. I wonder what time I'm at. Probably at the half-hour mark, is my guess. Let's go with, Kano next. Following Kano's direction, Stanley drove toward the crime syndicate's hangout. Need a quick drink here. There was a good chance that there was a good chance that this was where Maria was being held. Traffic was practically non-existent and they made good time. They cruised down Miyamazuka, then passed the train station toward Daganzaka. All the while the two men stared out the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. They arrived at the Shinsencho intersection. Take a right here, Kano said. You nervous? Stanley asked as he made the turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. If the syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead, he and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. If it came down to it, Kano wondered how could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage to safety into account. He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. They arrived at the syndicate's hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomigaya, southwest of Yoyogi Park. Black Lodge, huh? Interesting. The ratty building looked like it might come down, crashing down at any moment. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed for criminal activity. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by FBI or CIA. Glock 17, a semi-automatic pistol developed in Austria for police and military use. Notable for its incorporation of large amounts of polymer plastic in its design. A certain Hollywood film included a line of dialogue chiming that the Glock would not show up on the export X-ray machines, but since the gun barrel itself is made of metal, this is assuredly not true. FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, an American investigative bureau established by the U.S. Department of Justice in 1908. It has authority in matters involving crimes that cross state lines, as well as threats to public order, such as espionage and terrorism. Generally speaking, the FBI conducts its activities within the United States. CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, one of the principal agencies in the U.S. intelligence community, reporting to the Director of National Intelligence. Possessing considerable budgetary resources and a vast network of highly trained personnel, the CIA carries out intelligence gathering and covert operations, primarily overseas. In recent years, the organization has been devoting major efforts to counterterrorism. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond a wooden door at the far end of the hall. Please don't let this be what I think it is, Kano thought to himself. Sweat beaded on his hands as he gripped the gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. Maria! Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Kano rushed ahead, kicked down the door, and stepped inside. He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled across the floor. He thought he recognized them all, the men who participated in the repeated attached case handoffs. Each appeared to have stabbed to death. Had these guys all turned on each other? No, that couldn't have been the case. None of the victims were holding a knife, which meant that whoever had killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Kano come to this conclusion than he heard a muffled cry behind him. Stanley! The American was sprawled on the floor face down. Kano rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed through the back. Without an instant's hesitation, Kano stood up again, gun at the ready. He scanned his surroundings, but there were no sign of the killer. But that was impossible. Stanley had been killed mere moments ago. Someone had to be here somewhere. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck from behind, right at the base of his skull. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up on him. There wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait, the corpses. Kano hadn't checked them. Hadn't checked to make sure they were all really dead. With his last thought, he realized that had been his fatal mistake. I thought they were dead. Alas, there's nothing to be done for poor Kano now. He wasn't prepared for whoever is wielding that knife. Sometimes it's best not to rush things. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turned up a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 1310, which should keep these two from meeting such a grisly end. Okay. Alright, gang. Alright. Well, can't do any more for Kano. Let's move on to person 3. Let's go with... let's go with Tama. Bottles of burning hammer littered the pavement, shattered into tiny bits of glass. Even if the recycling guy was really careless with the boxes, it shouldn't have caused this much of a mess. It looks like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. The heck was this thing? Or the heck with this thing? I toss away the miracle stone, which has clearly brought me only bad luck. We can't have a product of it without a product, which in turn means I won't be getting paid for this whole fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I try to give myself a pep talk, but I hear doubt in my own voice. I try to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my mind for the best course of action, and at long last I arrive at a conclusion. Somehow or another I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer. I'll just have to find something else to sell. I'll just have to find something else to sell. But what could that something be? I try to think. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my brain, searching desperately for a solution. Emojis? Nah, not exactly a must-have product. And even if we could sell a few, I don't know what they'd say about the folks carrying them around. Best for the whole world if we keep them off the streets. Let's see, what else? Aha! I've got it. I pick up the miracle stone I just tossed away, clutching it firmly in my mitt. I like that. Tilt my gaze toward the heavens and make a wish. Please, grant me a miracle. And my wish is granted. I'd like one, please. I'll take 10. Mr. Yamashita can barely keep up with the demand as the crowd clamors for the miracle stones. Everyone is smiling, laughing, their bodies enthusiastically swaying to and fro. You are happy, and you are happy, and you all very, very happy. Standing on stage, I hold up my miracle stone, swinging it like a pendulum as I recite my magic little chant. Bye! Bye! Buy a miracle stone! 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 The room vibrates with cheering and rumblings with applause. It really is like a miracle. I think I've actually turned this disaster around. Whoever smashed all the burning hammer, I don't know who you are or where you are, but thank you. I realize now that I'm crying tears of joy. I've never felt satisfaction like I felt right now, seeing all these blissful customers purchasing one miracle stone after another. It feels like nothing could possibly go wrong. Honestly, I'm just grateful to God that I get to be here right now. I have the utmost conviction that this is where my life truly begins. It's not long after the epic sales event that I'm hired on by Yamato Health Foods Co. Ltd. Pretty soon after that, I'm on a plane bound to support South America. I'm on a business trip to purchase our next product, Amazonian Miracle Mud. Bad end? That sounds like a good end. South American business trip. Tama prospers for her new life as an employee of Yamato Health Foods Co. Ltd. But this is but one possible future for her. But hey, maybe it's even a pretty decent one. Still, wouldn't you like to see what happens if she sticks to Burning Hammer? No, not really. I just want good things for this kitty. Oh, alright. I'll go back to selling Burning Hammer, I guess. Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some Burning Hammer. The flyers have already been handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get Burning Hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles and possibly water it down some, but getting the stuff sold is my only option. My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes and I notice a nod marking stamped on it. Wait a sec. I've seen this before. I recall something Chiri said earlier. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. The mark on the box is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. That's it. I can see if there's more at the knick-knack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can run. Ray, a glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dwinding light, and the distance. Point is, there's not much. As soon as I reach the main road, I crash right into someone. It's Chiri. Oh, hey, you find it? She asks. She makes it sound like it's It's not really her problem. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. The words are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. For now, let's just stay calm and let the boss know. Got it. Leave it to me. Cheery nods, and I break back into a run. I am practically praying as I rush into the knick-knack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier still stacked up. Yes, I'm in luck. I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. It's packed with tiny bottles. There's no mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, alright. There's 50 bottles per box, and there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen tax, I can buy the whole box with the 20,000 I've got in my wallet. Mr. Yanchida said he was selling the bottles or the demo for the 15,000 yen apiece. That way, if we sell 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debts to me. Or his debts, no problem. Whoa, what's the deal with you? The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my getup. This stuff. I like your entire stock. I point out the burning hammer and the clerk makes an awkward face. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in their right mind could possibly want all of this. Yes, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not gonna roll over that easily. Whether I earn the extra 20,000 or on the hinges or on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you gotta help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. Then could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell them I'm willing to negotiate? I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? She said she'd be all by ASAP. She, huh? After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say. That's all, the sales clerk murmurs. She said on the phone she'd come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up. I really need this right away. I understand that, but please, it's out of my hands. By now, the sales demo has already started. If I come back empty-handed, what was the point of all this effort? Gimme. I already said I can't do that. Gimme. Would you please wait a moment? Why did I spend all this time trying to hand out samples? Why did I put this stupid costume on? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? What was it all for? Eek! Look over there, it's a chupacabra. Huh? Yoink! Seizing the moment, I snatch up the boxes of burning hammer and make a run for it. Hey, hold it right there, miss. The sales clerk is quick to bar my path. Woof! I barrel my way right past him. I bump him harder than intended as I race by. He loses his balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of his shop. At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and gurgle. At the same time, I hear, oh yeah, some sort of liquid begins to gush from a red polyethylene container. Uh-oh. The sales clerk goes wide. His stare fixes on something on the sidewalk nearby. It's a cigarette. The burning butt ignites the liquid in a sudden massive blaze. Now for today's news. Shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety store in Udagawacho in Shibuya, the cause of which remains unknown. Eyewitness report seeing an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Please consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. Several hours after the incident, the cat remains at large. Bad end. Fled the country. Tama wound up as the prime suspect in an apparent terrorist bombing. If the buyer had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might never have happened. To say nothing of the of the rest. As a matter of fact, the buyer was just outside the shop at the critical moment she was held up when she happened to run into someone. That someone's actions at 1305 are the key to changing Thomas' fate. Hold on. The buyer was just outside the shop at the critical moment she was held up when she happened to run into someone. That's someone's actions at 1305. Okay. Alright. My... Okay, let's go with, Minorikawa. Oh, man. Right, left. Minorikawa, spreading down centered guy, dodging between oncoming pedestrians. Out of my way. Can you people see him in a hurry? He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. It was just after 1 o'clock. The Burning Hammer sales demo would be getting underway at any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Still, he wanted to get to the venue ASAP to get a feel for things before they get started. The best time to scope out an event was before it started and after it ended. This was something he learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism, the publisher had taught him. It had been a combative education, Minorikawa learning despite himself as the two men constantly butted heads. Oh, give me a break. What's wrong with my article? Minorikawa shouted. His voice was loud enough to carry through the editing department. Shut up! I told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it. Toyama sticking to his guns. Minorikawa recalled the scene from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper and Toyama was his boss. At the time, Toyama was a copy editor for local news known as the Red Pen Gatekeeper. Excuse me. He would go around checking young reporters' copy like mad. Due to his vigorous efforts, a great many articles never made it to the page. What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong. All of it. How can it be all of it? Co-workers stared, keeping their distance as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. Those arguments had become a regular occurrence, regular enough that everyone had learned not to try to intervene. I poured my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it again. I could read it over and over and I'd still say the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now go calm down, write me a more neutral piece. Neutral, taking neither of the two opposing sides. The media typically seeks to adopt a neutral stance in reporting the news. Frequently, however, biased reporting still results in one-sided thinking taking hold amongst the general public. In the end, it is up to the individual to make an objective assessment of any news event. Calm down. You must be joking. I write what I feel in my heart. That's what the one thing I refuse to back down on. Then it's one thing that'll keep getting your copy rejected. Aren't you the one who told me to be daring with my writing? Yeah, I did, but I don't remember telling you to write me garbage. By now, Minorikawa and Toyama were practically at each other's throats. Still, despite this almost daily shouting matches, Minorikawa never resented Toyama. Not really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? Trying to figure that out was how he developed his skills as a reporter. Up until he quit his position at the newspaper and started his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man, to find the sense of the term. Stubborn old man. Now a dying breed in Japan, the sort who'd be inclined to use knuckles before words to remedy a child's bad behavior. Inflexible, but still emotionally brittle, their signature move is to drive a wayward kid out of the house with the exclamation, "You fool! You're no son of mine! I disown you!" Only to wait a while, go find the son who's crying down by the riverbed and calmly murmur, "Come on, your supper's getting cold." But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point he had abandoned all his ideals and principles. It was disgraceful, just disgraceful. Thinking about it made Minakura's blood boil. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man had been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, Minorikawa was getting close to the demo site. He increased his speed. He wound up rolling right into someone who was walking into a knick-knack shop. A newly opened general variety store. The place is primarily a second-hand shop with posters inside proclaiming things like, "We'll take what you don't need, and we buy computers at top prices." By the way, I just wanted to mention, I said this game goes up to the 1700 hour. It doesn't. It goes, its final hour ends on 20. So I'm guessing 200 hours? I don't know how they would say that, but 20. 20 hour mark. So that would be... So 13... Excuse me. If 13 is 1 o'clock... So 8 o'clock at night is when this gets all over with. Okay. For some reason I was thinking 20 I had in my head was 12, and I'm like, that's not... No. Alright. It was a girl about high school age. She jumped to her feet, then snatched Minorikawa by the collar. "Hey, watch where you're going," she snapped. Her upper body strength was impressive, to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. Sorry, he bowed his head in an apology. "Take this." He drove a punch right to the girl's I want to press... I want to see what happens if I choose B. "Take this." He drove a punch right into the girl's flank. To his amazement, the girl shrugged it off as a blow were nothing. Her grip on his collar tightened further. "Oh ho, you want to throw it down, huh?" she sneered. Shifting position suddenly, she snatched Minorikawa by the hair and dragged him out into the road. Before he could process the trouble he was in, it was already too late. He cowered away from her, shielding his face with his arms only to feel the impact of a rain of punches and kicks on his exposed back and sides. Pain shot through his body as each blow landed with a perversely satisfying thump. And then the pain continued to intensify. Oh crap, I'm going to die here, aren't I? Never thought my life would end so soon. Huh? His assailant paused suddenly. "Wait, don't I know you?" She stared down into his face. "Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa." Shocked to hear his own name, Minorikawa appeared up at the girl. "Miku? Yeah, wow, so you do remember me." Her tone was bubbly as if a beating he was dishing was all fun and games. "Sorry, I didn't realize it was you." She held out a hand to help Minorikawa back onto his feet. "Wow, how long's it been?" she asked. "About 5 years, I think," he said cautiously. "You still doing your bonsai stuff?" "Nah," she replied, "I gave that up." Miku had been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. One day, local delinquents had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. "I want to get strong," she had said. "I want to be able to beat those guys up." And so Minorikawa had introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo. "Man, you sure have gotten strong," Minorikawa said. "Well, that's the sort of gal I am." Miku handed him a flyer. It read, "Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Pride." presents this flyer for a free drink. It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks, Miku said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Minorikawa could feel himself being pulled in all the wrong directions by the prospect. You should come see one of my matches sometime. I'm the current champion there. Miku beamed with pride. Wait, you're the champion? Well, he'd seen firsthand how strong she was. Miku nodded. What are you up to now? She asked. Working? Yeah, running around trying to get interviews. Right now I'm heading to, what was it again? The No King building, that's it. Oh, I can take you there, she said. I can use the exercise. Now, if you'll beg my pardon. Miku casually hefted Minorikawa up onto the back and broke it into a jog. Before long, they arrived at the No King building. Minorikawa thanked Miku as she sat him down on the sidewalk and the two parted ways. At long last, he arrived at the No King building where the event was being held. So that was the proper thing to do? Was punch the girl? Oh my god. Okay, I never suspected that. I was just like, I'm gonna see what happens when he, like, punches a girl. Because I figured he would have been, like, surrounded by guys just, like, beating the crap out of him or something, you know what I mean? But, nope. At long last, he arrived at the No King building where the event was being held. The wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about Burning Hammer. Get it or regret it. As seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. This is blatantly false advertising. The messaging was kind of a mess. It felt like they'd been thrown together at the last minute. Minorikawa avoided the elevator in favor of the stairs, rushing up to the event site on the 3rd floor. Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Opening the door, he saw about 50 chairs. That woman on the far right with the red top is cutie. That girl with the green there on the left is... I want to say she's kind of cute, but I mean, she's got like a... She almost looks like she's like one step away from growing a mustache. That kind of frightens me. I don't know, she just looks grumpy or whatever. Anyway, most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up on the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. It appeared the event had yet to begin. Minorikawa quickly looked over the crowd. Roughly half of the women were somewhat elderly. All of them looked like they could stand to lose some weight. And for some of them at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight, but was definitely an appetizing proposition. Could something like that really exist, though? Oh well, Minorikawa was just gonna have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. Time passed, but the demo didn't start. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. But as everyone leaned forward expectantly, the girl on the stage began performing magic tricks. She twiddled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside it. Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. The young woman immediately went on to perform another trick and then another. Ta-da! A coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minorikawa thought. Though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. She had a tight schedule to keep. Or he had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. Minorikawa headed over to him. Hey you, the one running this thing? Well, yes. When's the actual sales demo going to start? Soon, very soon, yep. In how many minutes? You know, soon. I asked for a number. Just, soon. Real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minorikawa declared. Held up 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes, if it doesn't start, then what? I'm gonna be heartbroken. I'm gonna start a ruckus. I'm just gonna go home. I'm gonna start a ruckus. I'm gonna start a ruckus. He kept his voice firm, his words short and clipped. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't even have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa. Just what kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. Well, you know, no real reason, really. The man was getting seriously flustered. I wanted folks to get to see a little magic show first. Oh, try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is, the required merchandise, what happened to the merchandise? Minarikawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. Well, you know, it's just, time's up. What? The man's face went pale. Keep out. Alright, another keep out. Can't believe I just breezed by through everybody so fast. Alright. Here we go. Last person. Ichi. The man with the cane crooked his finger on the trigger. Ichi stepped in front of Hitomi, shielding her with his body. If you want to shoot her, you have to shoot me too. Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. He pitched the face first into the pavement and lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind them. In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. Hitomi? Ichi asked. You know that guy? Hitomi's eyes went wide. That's the man from the Scramble. The one who told me to go to the van. Wait, one of the kidnappers? Why would he help us? I'm not sure. The newcomer fixed his eyes on Ichi. Hey man, Ichi approached the stranger. I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist. Whoa! The man took a sudden swing with his pipe. Ichi barely managed to dodge out of the way. What the hell? Once again, Ichi made sure Hitomi was safely behind him. Guess I gotta let my fists do the talking. Ichi quickly adapted a fighting stance. Be careful, Hitomi warned, her voice trembling. Don't worry, it's just a pipe. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is. Ichi judged the distance between them carefully as he stared his opponent down. The metal pipe gave this thug considerable reach. One solid hit from that thing and Ichi wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. The crook sized him up for a few moments, then lunged forward to attack. Now! Ichi sidestepped to avoid the incoming blow, then delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. Ichi gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles. The thing about guys who bring weapons to fights is they just let themselves get too cocky. He looked at the guy over. The man had a tattoo peeking from one of his ratty sleeves. Come on, buddy, you can't clock out just yet, Ichi said. Get up, I've got a few questions for you. He knelt down to grab the man by his collar. Halfway to his feet, the man pulled a gun from his breast pocket. Whoa, didn't know you were packing heat. Ichi took a quick step backward. The man's eyes brimmed with rage. He looked ready to pull the trigger at any moment, but he didn't get the chance. The man with the cane regained consciousness. Back on his feet, he trained his own gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman. Oh no, you don't. Ichi darted toward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. With a low snarl, the man took up the metal pipe again. Rather than go for Ichi, however, he charged the man with the cane. What the? Ichi watched in astonishment as the two men grappled. Now's our chance. Grabbing Hitomi by the hand, Ichi broke into a run. They ran for a long time, finally stopping to rest in a quiet municipal park. As they sat, catching their breath, H.E. sensed a new tension in Hitomi. She hadn't said a word since her latest escape. She has to die, H.E. It's for your own good. In his mind, H.E. replayed what the man in the cane had said. So, Hitomi, H.E. hesitated. About what happened back there. Yeah? She sounded like they'd been far gone in her own thoughts. You gotta believe me, I have no idea who that guy was. Never seen him before in my life. You must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up. Yeah, Hitomi said again. Is that what's been bothering you? Huh? Now it was Eiichi's turn to go. Monosyllabic? Never seen that word before. No idea what it means. Well, Eiichi, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right? I don't know about that. Way back then, when, even the leader of SOS, nowadays he's just some guy who picked up trash. That was nothing to brag about. When someone's famous, it's not usual for someone else to recognize them and know their name. So yeah, I was surprised back there, but no matter what that man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look at how many times you pulled yourself in danger to protect me. It only sounded pretty resolute. Eiichi was glad that she believed him, but that raised another question. So then how come you've been so quiet? I've just been thinking about things, like what that man from the Scramble might be after. If it was true that his actions didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, he seemed more interested in taking out the man with the cane than going after you. Maybe there's some bad blood between them? Maybe it was a case of mistaken identity. I'm going to say bad blood, because it seemed like they almost knew each other. Maybe there's some bad blood between them. Eiichi let out a little chuckle. If we're lucky, maybe they'll take each other out for us. He felt a rush of relief, reassured that Hitomi didn't doubt his motives. Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van. The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. Turning to look, they saw the kidnapper rushing toward them. He had knocked over a little girl who was in his way. No rest for the weary, Eiichi sighed. Yet again, he and Hitomi sprinted away. Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Hitomi's words came between panting huffs. Maybe. Eiichi glanced back at their pursuer. What? There was someone else with him. Now they were being chased down by two foreigners. I liked this better when they were just running away from one guy with a cane. In a one-on-one fight, Eiichi was confident he could keep Hitomi safe. 1-on-2, though, that was a very different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. He had to make sure they lost those creeps no matter what. Keep out. Okay. Alright. So I got... Okay, so in all the timelines... 1355. Not bad for Osawa. Up next is Tama at 1315 with bad end, or 310. Wait. Yeah, 1310. His ended up being at 1305. All that at 1305. Okay. A lot of time went by for Kano. Minoru Yukawa was a cape out as well, so... Let's go back to this and see what happens. Okay, nothing's changing here. I'm gonna go to Minorikawa for a moment. I'm gonna change a little something with him. I'm gonna go with not hitting the girl. See what happens. Sorry, he bowed his head in an apology. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught up in an argument now, but the girl didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip. Look, I'm sorry for not looking where I was going. Minorikawa could barely croak out his apology. Oh, fine, I'll let it slide this once, the girl said. She relaxed her hold with a scowl. Wait, hold on, she murmured. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Surprised Minorikawa gave her another look. Miku? Yeah. Wow, so you do remember me. She smiled with delight, apparently forgetting the ring in his neck. Wow, how long has it been? About 5 years, I think? You still doing that bonsai stuff? No, she probably gave that up. The mention of bonsai likely calls to mind early hobbyists, but recently the art of attracting more young people, as are other aspects of Japanese-style interior design. Varieties of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming popular with practitioners, as well as fruit-bearing trees, such as plum leaf apple. There are even spherical balls of soil covered in moss, shaped to look like cute little miniature planets, plants growing over their surface. Yeah, read this before. Hold on. It read, Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Bride present... Oh, Pub Bride. I thought it said Pride. Present this flyer for a free drink. Pride, a show pub that began as a side venture for a group of female mixed martial artists fighters who were facing financial difficulties. There is an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between the young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fights while enjoying their drinks. It's a place where you can watch girls fighting and drinks. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Wait, you're the champion? Yikes, good thing I apologize when I did. Sometime soon, right now. In that case, I'll definitely have to swing by sometime soon. Right now, I'm in sort of a hurry, though. Oh, sure, Mika said. Catch you later, then. She headed into the shop as Minorikawa rushed off toward the sales demo. Yes. Okay, I'm glad I didn't punch her. Well, now, anyway. I'm on last year, read looking down the events being held. Because now that she went into the actual place there, I can continue Tama. But I am kind of curious. I want to see what happens if I don't choose Ruckus and I go with something else. be heartbroken. I'm gonna be heartbroken. He kept his expression blank as an empty slate. Hey now, no need for that, just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You got 2 minutes, okay. Same thing again. 1 minute. Whoa. Yep, still the same thing. I guess it doesn't really matter. I would assume he probably would have caused a ruckus, but I thought, I'm gonna go with the, this, and see what happens. Alright, back to Tama then. Here we go. Even as I'm speaking with the sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Hey, I've come to pick up something I reserved, she says. This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please pardon my intrusion, but would you be willing to let me have these diet drinks? I bow extra deep, and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. Oh, can do. I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Surely you don't need this many, though. I do. I make my living with my body. This is how much I'll need. Oh, wow, the sales clerk interjects. What sort of work do you do exactly? I'm a martial artist. She's cute, though. I fight at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it. It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, the sales clerk said, brimming with sudden excitement. That pub where they cosplay martial arts competitions, right? Hold on, what are you talking about now? What's Bride? I'm seriously never heard of the place. It's a nightlife spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. Been wanting to check it out, but they've hit the membership cap, the sales clerk explained. At preset, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded a lot number of members, and it's not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I mean, I may not look it, but I am the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Would you accept a challenge from me, I ask. Challenge? If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. Do you have any idea what you're dealing with here, she asks. I intend to find out. Oh wow, the sales clerk exclaims. I just got to see this. I'm glad to have him egging us on. Well, if you're that set on it, sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet. We've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. I've got to win this. Somehow or another, I've got to. I mean, I've got to be good at something. Facing off against this fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. I address my opponent, and by challenge I naturally mean, let's do rock, paper, scissors. Let's play a rhyming game. Let's have ourselves a straight-up fight. I don't want the kitty to get into a fight. Let's do a rhyming game. Let's play a rhyming game. Huh? The girl says. She seems a bit put off by the suggestion. Yeah, I say, if I win, you have to let me have all of these. A rhyming game? Really? Okay, then. Really? Silly? Okay, then. Listen, I'm a martial artist. Artist? Oh, that's a tough one. Smartest. Glow. No. What I'm saying is I'm a fighter. Okay, fighters shouldn't be too hard. I can do this. I just have to not panic. Let's see. Writer. Aha. Okay. Scissors. What do you mean, scissors? No. Wait, what the heck is going on? Crap, nothing rhymes with scissors. That's an illegal move. I drop into a fighting stance. Okay then, shall we fight? The girl squirts back at me. Now you're talking. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. Oh. Miku and I march out into the shop. Onto the pavement, we stare at each other down. So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer, Miku says. But if I win, I get to keep it and you have to pay for it. What? Isn't that a little unfair? If you don't like it, then that's no fight, no deal. Wait. Yeah, okay. I don't have the time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing throw and a repeated 1-2 combination. A training technique for boxing involves practicing skills, guards, and evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight. A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows, and some of them stop to form a small crowd. A couple. Ichi Endo and Hiromi Atawa. They passed by while running away from some mysterious foreigners. Ah, nice. Okay. I'm not gonna make the jump yet. Howdy, Buster, just heading off to the Wally World stop to say hi. Hey, Stu. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy Wally World. Hope you get what you're able to get. Well, I imagine you'd probably be able to. Probably A&W root beer, am I right? Gruff-looking fellows. Azao Ozu and his underling, Yutaro Sagawa, members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. The Tenryugumi operates a lending firm called Takarada Financing, and these two have been tasked with collecting out outstanding debts. They're already collected from one client today. Next, they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to find their next target. I'll leave you, give you a view, yep, and some ham, that's about it. Nice ham. We talking full ham or sliced ham? The sales demo has already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. I watch as Miku starts up her footwork. A left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champion. Yeah. She immediately follows up with a jab with a wide right hook. Slices whole steak whenever I can find. Oh, well, okay. Have a safe trip. Stu. Type of punch involves swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. In mixed martial arts bouts, it is common to see a fighter continue the momentum from a hook to catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately into a takedown and pin. I jerk aside at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Miku's shoulder. Whoa! She slips off balance and pitches forward. Oh wow, what was that? The crowd has started clamoring. Miku rights herself and gets back into the fighting stance. What the? How? She doesn't seem to know what just happened. Rah! This time I watch as she unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. On reflex, I bring out my right hand and adopt a guarding stance. Gotcha, she calls out. It was a fake. There's a visual whump as the second kick connects, coming at me from a different angle. Whoa, what gives? My big mascot head surges to cushion the blow to the point that I barely feel it. Hi-ya! She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. Eventually I catch hold of her foot, holding her off balance. I begin to walk her backward, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. Gwa! A casually flip of my paw and Miku goes rolling through the air. Whoa! Oh, ah. The crowd erupts into cheering and applause at the spectacle. Whew, you're tough. Who the heck are you? As you can see, I am a cat. Yes, I love this. A wry smile comes to Miku's face. To think a bright competitor would lose in a street fight. Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today is the day I retire. Ah, phew. Good match there. Miku claps my hand firmly, but hey, I'm just glad that my last opponent was you. She's still the champion at her place there. This is just a street fight. I don't understand that, but okay. I think she secretly wanted to get it out of fighting this whole time. I hoist up the boxes of the diet drink. So, how much does this come to? I asked the sales clerk. He shakes his head. Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something. Heck, even I am shocked at what just happened. It's amazing what a little desperation will do for you. So that move you used, that was some Eiki Jujitsu, yeah? Eiki Jujitsu, a traditional Japanese martial art that emphasizes learning to anticipate an opponent's first move and instantaneously counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more pacifistic Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Huh? Oh, I guess? I tilt my head non-committedly. Come now, no need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see them. Martial arts fanatic. Knick-knack chop owner Taisei Yasuda watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He is particularly fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is thinking about studying it himself. There's a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid and has thus far only waffled non-committedly outside the entrance to the place. He can call it whenever he wants. If he's letting me have the drinks for free, this is going to be a lifesaver. If that's all the shopping you will be doing with us today, he asks, actually come to think of it, I do have one request. I say, sure thing. Could you please not sell that necklace there? I promise I'll be back to buy it later. Sure, no problem. The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I just gotta get back to the sales demo. Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly? The sales clerk indicates the hand truck over in the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes onto the cart and rush back to the Nokain building. By now the sales demo will be underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave and everything I've gone through will have been for nothing. Come on, Tama. You can do it. Just gotta hurry. I charge for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Ah! Oops, sorry to keep you waiting. You're late. What the heck have you been doing? Mr. Yamashita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognize. Who is that guy? Can't do his time. Okay. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like a customer. Okay, Tama, just come with me for a minute. I follow Mr. Yamashita in the break room. Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But look, I got the product back. I probably opened up one of the cardboard boxes. Ah, it's Burning Hammer. It really is. Yamashita clutches the box close, nuzzling it with its cheek. How's the demo going, I ask. I've got Cheery keeping them occupied with some magic tricks. I sneak a peek through the door and see Thierry guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go. Oh my god. Is that really a magic trick? If it buys us time, it's magic enough. Before long, the last of the juice is gone. Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupts into sincere applause, like they've forgotten what they originally came here for. Thierry comes back to the break room, possibly drenched in sweat. I think I should have stuck to doing invitations for a little longer. No, that was fantastic, Thierry, Mr. Yangachita said. Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we've had enough time to get the burning hammer back. He bows profusely. Alright, now's the time for the main event. Thierry, go out there and guzzle down some burning hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye, boss. And Tama, just go up there, smile all big and say, this helped me lose a bunch of weight too. Got it? Got it. Good. Now then, Yangashita, gestures to a man I hadn't noticed before who's been waiting quietly nearby. Of course, begging your pardon, miss. It's a service rep from the rental shop who proceeds to try to get me out of my mascot suit. Service rep from the rental shop. Masamichi Fukuma. Employee of Far East Costume Rentals, the only son of company president Shigemichi Fukuma. He is one of the few people who know that Shigemichi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi has harbored a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day when you're dressed as an inevitable rabbit suit. Nonetheless, the son has acquiesced his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business. Oh, that's odd. The rental guy tilts his head. What's the matter? He asks nervously. Yeah, this is a no-go. The rental guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit. This here zipper, it's all jammed up. It's going to take a long time to get this thing off. What the hell? Mr. Yangshita clutches the sides of his head. The rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's no use. Meow. The rental guy's eyes widen at the sudden sound of a cat's meowing. Was that you? He looks at me confused. Did you hear a cat meowing? Yes. Was it you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. Must be hearing things. Mr. Yangashita and Thierry don't seem to have heard anything. Bah, Yangashita's fuming, just my luck. I finally find a cute model and the crowd's never going to see her. Hey, boss here, he says, the customers are going to leave if you keep them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and some more impressions? Chihiro's repertoire of impressions. A sea lion yawning, a harbor seal hailing a cab, a walrus riding sutras, a fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot on its back, a stellar sea lion taking a nap. Oh my god. No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just going to have to go out there dressed like that. Are you sure? I asked. If those people go home, we're done for, he exclaims. Just get out there and get started. I'm counting on you too. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Thierry and I spring into action on stage. But now I'm proud to introduce to you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. Every seat in the house is packed. That means it's about 40 people here. We only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. I'm hit with a sudden jolt of motivation. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works. Magic, Thierry begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, and then Thierry will demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? There's how burning hammer works. It activates the capsicum found in chili peppers. The primary spice component of chili peppers. Blah. Said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it is severe skin and eye irritant. It also is an ingredient of some form of pepper spray for personal defense. I pause and take a deep breath before continuing. And rapidly breaks down the triglycerides responsible for causing obesity. Obesity. Though the term is frequently used in recent years to simplify referred to the state of being overweight, obesity is the clinical state of a medical condition involving irrelevant health issues, including excess body fat, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications such as coronary heart disease, diabetes, and sleep apnea. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And now, this young lady here, demonstrating burning hammer's effects before your very eyes. Cheery steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that the fat is being burned right there on the spot. Cheery holds a bottle of burning hammer up high. Cheers, she says as she opens the bottle. However, one of the women in the front row speaks up. Hold on, she's already sweating pretty hard. She's right. Cheery's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in suspicious. All that juice drinking from earlier, was that to make your sweat like that? Weren't it? All of a sudden the crowd is in an uproar. No, not at all. Drinking burning hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I rush to towel off Cheery's sweat for her. Go on, hurry up. Drink it down. Cheery's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. God, why isn't it working? I exclaimed, the audience momentarily forgotten. Guess I've already sweated out too much, Cheery replies, unfazed. Well, why were you sweating so much? Look, you were taking forever at the 100 yen shop. The crowd shifts from uproar into riot. Did she just say 100 yen shop? Scowling customers begin to close in. No, that's not it. You got it all wrong. Please, just listen. Oh, we can see what's going on here. The situation has gotten out of our control. Look, this product is so valuable that a 100 yen shop is about the only way we could get it. Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. The customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Please let me apologize, asking for forgiveness. This seems to be the only option. Haha, just kidding. It was a joke. I've got to play this off smooth. Hunk on lamb chop. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. I'm gonna go with B. Ha 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 ha. Kidding. That was just a joke. I've got to play this off smooth. I mean, seriously, there's no way you find something high quality in a 100 yen shop. Ha 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 ha. Sweat is streaming down my brow. Really now? Says one woman in the crowd. How about we find out? She takes out her cell phone. I know someone who runs these stores. Wait, let's not be hasty now. Why? What's wrong? Oh, it's just, you don't need to go out of your way like that. You said you were joking, didn't you? So it shouldn't matter if I make this call, right? Well, ahem. Cough. Slip into a nervous coughing fit. I'm absolutely sweating bullets inside my cat suit now. Thomas, shouts Mr. Yangishita as he rushes out of the break room. What the heck are you doing? Abort, he howls. If you let these people know the truth about this stuff, they'll never buy it. Uh-oh, now you've done it. Cheery doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him, her state ferocious. Whoops. Realizing what he just blurted out, Mr. Yangishita is aghast. No, there really is no saving this. The customers descend upon Mr. Yangishita, their wrath a terror to behold. So then it is true. What the hell are you trying to pull? Can't believe you tried to sell this crap for these prices. The throne goes on the attack. Cheery and I force our way through the angry mob, hoping to find all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Finally, the storm passes. It's over. It's all over. Mr. Yangishita wails to the empty room. So, boss, about getting paid? Even Chiri seems hesitant to ask. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, obviously. Yangishita doesn't so much as look up, his shoulders slump further in defeat. I'll take my payment in kind then, Chiri says. Mind if I take this burning hammer home with me? Sure, Yangishita says lifelessly. Go right ahead. Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama. Chiri picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? The man from the rental place? I believe you sold me for the costume rentals? Oh, right. How much was it again? Mr. Yangishita rummages through his pockets. Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I have to add the full cost of the cat costume to your bill. Your total comes to 200,000 yen. What's that? 200 yen? No, sir, 200,000. Sorry, I can't hear at all. I think I might have erupted my eardrum. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay. Yangishita takes all the cash that he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000, sir. The rental guy furrows his brow. I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please, you're not a child. Then give me a discount. Make it 20,000. Instead of having 200 you owe. You know I can't do that, sir. But Mr. Yangishita refuses to back down. That's right. Insurance. I got insurance in the event the suit wound up damaged. No, you didn't. No, I did. You did not, sir. No, I did. Then where's your paperwork to prove it? Yangishita calmly claps a hand to his chest. Right here. The paperwork is here, inside my heart. The rental guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation, and believe me, I feel his pain. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to leave this to my boss. My boss, Shingemichi Fukuma, president and owner of Far East Costume Rentals. Notable for the fact that he's usually wearing his favorite rabbit costume. To Shigemichi, his costumes are like his children. If he were able to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yangishita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Turning his back on the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps his way out of the room. Now it's just me and Mr. Yangishita. Please try not to let it get you down so much, sir. I say as cheerfully as I can muster. He's already down on the floor, a sobbing mess. You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless. I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it. At this point, there's nothing more I can possibly do. He slumps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure. You don't know me like I know me, he says. There's not going to be any turnaround, not after this. Okay, now this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only person who had a run of bad luck, you're dead wrong. I wound up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Yangishita whipped his head back up. Yikes, where'd that come from? I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia. Yangishita's eyes go wide. What? I can't remember anything from before this morning. In short, amnesia. I can't remember anything. In short, amnesia. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas reading comprehension fail. Anyway, it's caused by gay. Whereas endogenous amnesia, a powerful blow to the head, causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter case, memories and other normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. Hold on a second, folks. Just typing down. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Mr. Yanagashita looked at me with a hint of disbelief. So where do you get the name Tama, then? I thought of it when I saw the Tamagoyaki in those lunch boxes. Aha, Tamagoyaki. Tama. I get it. He clapped himself on the thighs as if he had some kind of eureka moment. But wait, how come you lost your memories? Well, I don't know for certain, obviously. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of a storehouse with a massive headache. Storehouse? A surge of vertigo washed through me as I recall waking up in this strange, dim place. Yeah, I just had gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir. Huh? Really? So it is pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are. He sounds like he's taking me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is, but it's not going to do me any good just to just fret over it. And besides, I've got a clue. What sort of clue? There's a necklace I saw in a knick-knack shop, the same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow I know that it's important to me, and so you took this job so you could afford to buy it. I nod. Of course. Now that the job has ended in a total bust, I've lost my shot at getting it. Okay, then Mr. Yanagashita removes his shoe. Then he yanks out the insole. Here, this is really the last of my money. He pulls out 20,000 yen, adds it to the other 20,000 from his wallet, and tosses it all toward me. Here you go, he says. That includes a reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up. I pluck up 2 of the 10,000 yen bills between my fingertips. I actually didn't have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you gonna be okay? Like, after all this? Compared to your misfortune, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back somehow, I'm sure of it. And then, clutching his fist, Mr. Yanagashita gets a far-off look in his eye. And then one more time, I'm gonna go see a bride fight. My jaw nearly drops. Bride, like the martial arts pub? Wait, you know about Bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place. Wow, it is a small world. Especially that Miku. Hehehehe. I wonder how much she has made me spend. Miku, huh? I'm pretty sure I just accidentally preceded her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods, to be honest. The reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow from some pretty shady sources too. I can't help but suspect this poor guy got a real raw deal. Why don't you take that mascot costume with you? Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it with my blessing. Sure. I'll be on my way then. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I noticed earlier, the one I didn't recognize. Odd, the sales demo's over. I wonder why he's still here. I give him a faint nod, and he nods back before stepping to the demo room. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. At last, I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the catsuit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around town wearing this thing. I'll stick out like a sore thumb. I'll figure it would be best to leave it behind. And then it draws on me. Hold on, I still can't get this thing off. It's time I skin this cat. I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. It's not worth the struggle. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. I guess I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. A popular folk etymology asserts that the expression "let the cat out of the bag" comes from the unscrupulous practices of certain farmers who would sell a pig at a market only to deceive the buyer at surreptitious. These words, man. Surreptitiously swapping out the purchased porker for a cat. The likelihood of anyone mistaking a cat, even one inside a bag, for a pig is, however, extremely low, let alone the likelihood that enough people would fall for such a scheme to warrant a phrase referring it to entering the luggage. I figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. Keep out. Oh, my lord. I need to figure out what's what now. So many people got keep outs. I'm gonna start a ruckus. Let's see what happens with this again. Keep out still. Let's go to oh, HE still has keep out too? Oh, hold on a moment. Yeah, the jump. As luck would have it, they soon found a crowd in their path, backs turning toward them. Excited voices rose up from the throng. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight. Street fight. A fight in the name implies that takes place out on the street, typically using bare hands, no weapons. Even the bare-handed fight can result in serious injuries, though, which is why they're pretty illegal. HE clutched Hidomi's hand good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go. Without a moment's hesitation, he plowed his way through the crowd. Emerging on the far side of the gathering, HE saw the main road ahead. Cars were zipping past in a steady stream. What do we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the light to change. And they certainly couldn't go back to the way they came. Their pursuers were getting closer and closer. Help me, HE shouted. We're going across, we're turning back. We're going across. What? Dragging Naomi by the hand, HE darted out into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. Alright. See you, Dave. When they were halfway across, a car slammed on its brakes to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind it to crash into one another. The multi-vehicle pileup plunged the roadway into total chaos. Total chaos. As a result of this chaos, traffic in the nearby area will be at a standstill for a while. While on their way to the Syndicate hideout, Shinyo Kano and Jack Stanley have got caught in the traffic jam. There's the jump. In a matter of moments, the street was clogged with a long line of stopped vehicles. Eiichi and Hiromi's pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy, Hiromi panted as she caught her breath. Well, you know what they say, idle feet are the devil's playthings. Hands, it's idle hands. Whatever, at least they've gotten away. Come on, let's go. Eiichi led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. That looked like an inch there for a moment. Wouldn't make sense really, but still. By now, Hiromi was slumped and panting heavily. He wanted to give her some time to rest, but if they were just hung around, their pursuer might still find them. He looked around and spotted a multi-tenant building. The nearest door was open. Bundles of flyers were set up near the entrance. Flyers. Flyers were Au Revoir, the 22nd performance by the theater troupe The Wandering Angels. It tells the tale of a man named Ryu looking back on his 100-year life as a warrior. The performance features wire action as its major set piece, with Ryu as his rival Shido flying high through the air, doing battle with the magical Miramasa blade and beam saber, respectively. Eiichi peeked inside and saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. It looked like this was a storeroom for a theater's stage props and scenery. "We can hide out in here," he said. But Hiromi hesitated, but Eiichi gave her a hand with a little tug. "It'll be fine, there's nobody around." They stepped inside the storeroom, and Eiichi quickly shut the door behind them. "We should probably rest for a bit," he said. There was a wooden platform set up behind a large piece of plywood. Eiichi picked up a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it atop the platform's dusty surface. "Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty." "Thank you." Hiromi quietly took a seat. "We should probably turn off our cell phones," Eiichi said. "It would be really bad if they rang at the wrong moment." The two powered off their phones. Eiichi took a cursory look around. It didn't look like there was any way in out beside the door they came through. There was a single window set in the wall, but it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. "Ah!" Hiromi let out a quiet gasp. Someone was outside the storeroom. Eiichi put a finger to his lips, and Hiromi gave a fearful nod. The window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. As long as they stayed quiet, they ought to be safe. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of the foreigner who'd attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with the cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. The man pounded on the glass. Eiichi swallowed the lump in his throat. If this guy got in, they had nowhere to run. Eiichi turned to Hiromi. "Let's hurry up through the door. We'll be fine, just sit tight." I'm gonna go with sit tight and see what happens. Hiromi clutched onto Eiichi's arm hard. "Can I help you with something?" said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. "That's just our storeroom, you know," the voice added. Eiichi heard footsteps scampering away. Kidnapper had ran off. Eiichi exchanged glances with Hiromi and let out a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What was up with that guy? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just hurry and get stuff tidied up. Man, my throat's raw. Sounded like a conversation between two men. The storeroom door opened, and the men clomped their way inside. The men. Tomonari Takaya and Taro Toga, the two members of the theater troupe. The Wandering Angels. Takaya is the Wandering Angels star actor, playing the lead role of Ryu in today's performance of Art of War. The troupe's 22nd piece. Last night he slept completely naked and caught a cold, leading to the sore throat he has now. Toga is the stage director, handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated that Shinichi Bando, in charge of the prop, seems to have gone AWOL. So what are we getting? Let's grab all these folding chairs over there. Huh? The producer said we're gonna need more seats all of a sudden. Mr. Arai said that? Going all out in the troops' last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. It's no real hurry. The men went about carting the folding chairs away. They didn't notice Eiichi and Hiromi sitting silently in the shadows. Trying not to change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine, not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's bothering me. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it, and it's still drawing a lot of, drawing a ton of power. Think it's defective? Eiichi and Hiromi waited for the two men to finish up. If they were spotted, it would probably cause the scene worse still. It might alert the men who were hunting them. Once they carried off the rest of the folding chairs, the men closed the storeroom door. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby, though, so Eiichi decided they should hide out in the room a little longer. This blows. I want to get back out there and to look for that blue van ASAP, but Eiichi trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. Now that's weird. Hiromi looked at him inquiringly. The kidnappers already have the ransom money, yeah? Eiichi said. That's right. And then they told you that your sister was in a blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird? What do you mean? Did you figure that your sister was in a minivan by herself? Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go to her. Right, Eiichi said. And yet the fact was that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have let Hiromi's sister out of the vehicle and just run off. There was no point in sending Hiromi to fetch her personally. A look of revelation dawned on Hiromi's face. Oh, that minivan had already left Dogonzaka, she said. And it came back while we were there waiting for it, Eiichi finished. He thought back to the earlier run-in with the blue vehicle. So then inside that minivan, there had been a bunch of foreigners inside, which meant the kidnappers had been trying to ambush Hiromi. The kidnappers didn't have any intention of giving their sister back. The more Eiichi thought about it, the less sense it made for them to send Hiromi to get her. There had to be some other reason they wanted Hiromi to go to that minivan, but what? Do you think they were trying to kidnap me too? That's it. Eiichi clapped his hands together. Then they'd let your sister go and demand a ransom for you. And then they make her deliver the ransom money for your release. They'd be able to get, like, infinite ransom money by constantly abducting one twin after the other. That seems a little far-fetched. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Now that she'd said so, Eiichi realized it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me, Hiromi said, as in, like, they accidentally abducted the wrong twin. I mean, I guess that would have been easy to botch up. That would imply they wanted me, specifically, not my sister. Hiromi paused briefly and thought. Maybe you're hotter than your sister or something? Eiichi suggested with enthusiasm. Hiromi shook her head. That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Compared to my sister, I'm just... Whoa, hey, stop right there. Eiichi had to interrupt her. You're not just anything. Please don't. I am. I'm just... Tears had welled up in Hiromi's eyes. Why'd this have to happen to her? Why not me? Whoa, hey, come on, don't cry. I'm sorry. Cheer up. It's like that song says. Don't just stand there, wipe those tears away. That one. You know it? Is that Aya Kamiki? Yeah, that's the one. Put your hand in mine, every single bee's a light. Huh? You know, every single bee's a light? Hidomi let out a giggle. Everything will be all right. You've got the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be all right. Ah, right. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense, I guess. Eiichi's mouth curled into a sheepish smile. It's the portal man. Anyway. Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, Eiichi said at last. Think we should be on our way? He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yikes, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely got to watch it. The theater guys from earlier have returned, and they sounded a bit panicked. Tomonari Takaya and Taro Toga, the two members of the theater troupe, the Wandering Angels. Takaya is the Wandering Angels star actor, but lately, in addition to appearing on their stage, he's been taken on TV drama and film work as well. The next role he's slated for is Sun TV's upcoming suspense drama, Sumo Queen 2, where he will play the referee who utters the lame line, "Looks like things are getting heavy," upon discovering a victim's dying message inscribed in one corner of the sumo ring. Oh my god. Heard folks have been messing with the storeroom a bunch recently. And did you hear who's behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Wow, that takes me way back. Alright, let's hurry on back. Eiichi rushed over to the door. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Oh, come on, are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling out his hair. We're locked in. Your cell phones, duh. And that door was the only way in or out. Eiichi and Hidomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. Okay, I just got an idea. Why didn't Eiichi just use his cell phone to contact the police and say, hey, I'm trapped in the storeroom, and I have a person here with me of interest to you guys. Somebody I've been keeping safe. And then hang up. Then the police will come, and then they'll let them out. This is all my fault, Eiichi said. It was my idea to hide out here in the first place. He bowed to Hidomi repeatedly. We're never going to be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we'll have to get someone on the outside to help us, Hidomi replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones back on in order to call for help. The big question was, who could they possibly ask? Hidomi, anyone you can reach out to? Mr. Tanaka, I suppose? Tanaka, right. The suggestion didn't exactly thrill Eiichi. He had no idea what this Tanaka guy was like. Hopefully he was the dependable sort who would actually show up to rescue them. But somehow that thought made Eiichi feel even worse. Eiichi had someone he figured he could call, but he hesitated uncertain. There had been a time where he trusted this guy more than anyone. They bailed each other out of countless jams. Nowadays, though, things were different. Hidomi gave Eiichi a puzzled look as he sat lost in thought. Right, guess I don't have much of a choice. Eiichi scrolled through the contacts list on his cell phone. He found another name he never recalled again. Susumu. Yo. Eiichi, is that you? Susumu's voice was low and guarded. Look, I've got a favor to ask you. I'm in a real bind here. Huh? Like, things are ridiculously bad. I thought maybe you could help me out a little bit. You seriously thought I'd help you? Susumu's words were like ice. You messing with me or something, man? Now he sounded a touch angry as well. Painful memories flashed before Eiichi's eyes. Right then, sorry to bug you, just forget it. But Susumu hung up before Eiichi was even finished talking. No dice, Eiichi said to Hidomi with a lopsided frown. To look back at him, her expression a mirror of his own. What should we do? What should we do? I guess we're back to Mr. Tanaka. Guess so. You want to go ahead then? Naomi tried calling him repeatedly, but Tanaka didn't pick up. What could have happened? She muttered under her breath. Do you think maybe the kidnappers found out that Mr. Tanaka and I have been in contact? Ichi shrugged. It looked like they were just going to need to find a way out of here on their own, and maybe look for their minivan themselves. Why doesn't he just get her father's number? Ichi strode over to the door and grabbed hold of the knob. Because at least if he called, she's not using her phone. Criminals don't know that they got in touch with her father. Technically, she didn't. He did. Ichi strode over to the door and grabbed hold of the knob. He tried giving it a good sturdy pull. No good. The thing won't even budge. That door opens outward. Wait, really? Ichi tried giving it a push. It still didn't open. He kicked it. Oh, the door wasn't nearly as sturdy as Ichi had expected. I think I can make this work. He backed up to get a running start, then kicked the door with all his might. Hi-ya! The door went flying off its hinges. Oh man, that was way too easy. Ichi stepped cautiously out of the storeroom. He quickly scanned the surrounding area. There was nobody in sight. Looks like we're in the clear, he called. But Hitomi didn't come out, nor did she reply. Hitomi? She had her phone in hand, apparently still trying to get in touch with Tanaka. With a tiny sigh, Ichi leaned against the wall. She waited for her to finish. Well, doesn't look like I'm going to have any luck, she said. You know we can leave now, right? Are you still holding out hope for your Mr. Tanaka? It's not that. I'm just a little worried. Oh yeah? Okie dokie, then I'll just wait around here. Okay, I'll be right with you. Uh-huh. Ichi shuffled his way back outside. Oh crap. By the time Ichi could finish processing the thought, he was already laid out on the ground. His jaw hit the asphalt hard. He bit the tip of his tongue clean off. The taste of blood filled his mouth. Ooh. A moment later, he took a sharp blow to the head. He was done for. All the energy drained from his body. His mind whirled. His vision grew hazy. He began to drift from consciousness. Back when he'd run with Susumu and the others, he never left himself exposed to a surprise attack. There were plenty of times when he'd taken a punch that sent him reeling, only to spin away and come back swinging. This time he hadn't even seen it coming. It was his last mistake. Guess I've let myself go soft. Ichi grimaced inwardly, muttering in a voice no one but he could hear. Hitomi, I'm so sorry. Bad end. Attacked by the man with the cane. Ichi successfully managed to break out the storeroom, only to be knocked out by the man with the cane while he waited for Hitomi. Things would have gone differently if Hitomi hadn't managed to get into contact with Tanaka. Why hadn't he responded to her calls? Maybe something strange had happened at the Asawa residence, or perhaps there was some reason he wasn't able to answer the phone. Oh my, 1340, huh? Oh man. Alright. Thomas a keep out. Ichi is still, well, doing Ichi. The car moved at a glacial pace toward the crime syndicate's hangout. Stanley pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. They had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Kano stood in the passenger seat. The case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Tadino had also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. His unease was growing unbearable. Also, Tadino hadn't radioed in, and we can't reach him from our end either. Kuze's words kept echoing inside Kano's head. What could have caused Tadino to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy trailing the other attached case. Could Tadino have been... No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure Tadino wouldn't have done whatever was necessary to keep Hitomi safe. Stanley broke the long silence. What's on your mind? Still thinking about that call from Kuze? Kano didn't answer. Look, if you're worrying about that other detective, the guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly a ringing endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tadino like that way. I'm concerned about Hitomi Asawa, but the missing detached case needs to come first. Stanley's expression remained stone cold. Kano flashed him a sidelong glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in a nearby alley caught his eye. With the start, he recognized Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught up in an altercation with a man in dark clothes. Kano sprang into action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Leaning the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him, but Kano was already sprinting toward the fight. Oof. The other man knocked Sasayama onto a pile of garbage. As Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet, his opponent looked down at him with a triumphant sneer. Kano finally got a good look at the man, and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was the perp who had first taken the attached case back at the Scramble. Tariq Al-Karawan. You! Kano growled. He spit like a bull to tackle Al-Karawan around the legs. But Al-Karawan nimbly stepped aside. Kano's arm closed on nothing but air. At the same moment, Al-Karawan deftly wrapped an arm around Kano's neck. Kano felt a vice-like pressure on his carotid artery? Carotid artery? Pressure on carotid artery. Okay. Yeah. I was able to read that a little bit more better with better background, I guess. A move known as the front choke sleeper hold, constricting carotid artery, stopping blood flow in the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness, also known as the guillotine choke. His consciousness quickly began to slip away. Oh no you don't, you bastard, he snarled. Lowering his center of gravity, he got hold of one of Al-Karawan's legs and used his shoulder as a fulcrum against it. Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Kano managed to lift his opponent high into the air. He continued the movement to heave Al-Karawan up and over himself, slamming him upside down and into the heap of trash. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. Well, you got the brawn part down, he said. Need some work on the brains. Al-Karawan was sprawled out on atop the mound of refuse. But he'd been knocked out cold. Sasayama coughed and sputtered. Kano went to help him to his feet, but Stanley had stepped in between them. What are you doing, Stanley asked, helping Sasayama. What does it look like? We need to apprehend Al-Karawan first. He's not even conscious. Sasayama can come first. He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down alongside his partner. Are you all right, he asked. Yeah, Sasayama groaned. You bailing me out, though. Can't let the missus know about that. Mum's the word, Kano said. He stepped an arm underneath Sasayama and helped him to his feet. I managed to find the guy who had the attached case, Sasayama said, but when I tried to arrest him, the fellow came out of nowhere and attacked me. He flashed Al-Karawan a nasty look. So, here we go again, disobeying direct orders, Stanley huffed. What's the deal with Japanese police anyway? He shook his head in exasperation. Sasayama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American, Who's this guy? It's a long story, Kano said. He filled sussing him in on the situation. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy, Stanley said. Kano knelt down by Al Carlin's unconscious body, flipped him over, proceeded to cuff his hands behind his back. Kano paused. Al Carlin's sleeve had slid back from his wrist. What's this? The unconscious man had a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion on his left arm. Stanley strode over. You find something? He asked. Yes, I think this guy might be the ringleader. Seeing the image had reminded Kano of something he heard back from headquarters, that the head of the foreign syndicate had a scorpion tattoo. He relayed his information to Stanley. I see. Stanley called up Kuze on his cell. You'll be happy to know that the guy with the attached case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward in the case here. Wait a second, Satsuyama murmured. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort this guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure, seeing how very capable I am. Kano felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Hello? He answered wearily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had him a little on edge. It's me. It was Shizuo. Damn it, Kano thought. He did not have time for this right now, but if we just hung up, he might be in deeper hot water. Kano decided he had to take that risk. He hung up the phone, decided he'd better listen to what the old man had to say. I'm gonna hang up the phone. Kano hung up the phone. It promptly rang again, however. Sorry, father-in-law, I really can't talk. I'm in the middle of work right now. I'm not your father-in-law. Ah, sorry. Anyway, bye. Kano bowed politely to his mental image of Rumi's irate father as he hung up once more. The phone rang yet again. Sir, I'm sorry. I really am in the... Mr. Endo, this is Dr. Saki calling from Shibuya Central Hospital. Huh? This wasn't Shizuo. Kano didn't recognize the voice at all. Mr. Endo, are you there? Sorry. I think you have the wrong number. Oh, my apologies. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I must have misdialed. The caller hung up. Who the heck was that? He stared in incredulity as the phone rang once more. Oh, this is terrible. Whoever it was, they were shouting frantically, and once again, whoever it wasn't Shizuo. Hannah and I, we got separated. What? Who? I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if I get away if they wind up catching Hana. Please, you have to help me find her. The man on the other hand of the line sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Oh my god, it's that guy at the newspaper place that journalist is helping out. Oh, Lord. The man on the other end of the line sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Kano wasn't sure what it was all about, but the guy was going in a pretty bad way. Please, Minorikawa, I'm begging you. Huh? I'm sorry, sir. I think you have the wrong person. But by the time Kano had gotten the words out, the man had already hung up. Hey, come on, let's go. Stanley's voice snapped Kano out of his daze. Grimly, he followed the American back to the car. Oh, my lord. Yet again, Stanley was thumping the steering wheel in frustration. Traffic hadn't let up one bit, but it was starting to look like they might never make it to the foreign syndicate's hangout. Kano caught sight of a girl in a hoodie. Miku Morita was a fighter at a cosplay fighting pub bride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama, the cat, in a street fight. She's thinking about what to do with herself now. He rolled down the window and called out to her. "Excuse me, miss, did something happen?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "With the road, I mean. What's with all the traffic?" "Oh, right. Apparently there was some big accident over by the train station. That's probably what's causing it." "Really?" "Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to be able to go anywhere for quite a while." She smiled and went on her way. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. "Well, I guess they did say this wasn't some typical ransom case," he muttered. Kano saw an opportunity. "If they're not after the money, then what are they after?" Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. "Look," Kano said, "I can't help you if you keep me out of the loop." After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single monosyllable. "Drugs." "What?" "Maria's father, Kenji Osawa. I assume you're aware he works for Okoshi Pharmaceutical?" "I am." "Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa recently oversaw the development of a new drug. It is not at all uncommon for a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, with expenses totaling to 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 300 million US dollars, before it is approved. Worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine is developed. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often under major pressure due to the tremendous cost of labor and equipment. And someone is trying to get their hands on it." Kano's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone who? An international crime mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kano regarded Stanley's face carefully. He looked more cold and serious than ever. "So wait, does that mean that the reason we're letting the syndicate walk around unfettered is on my orders?" "Yes." "I see. So the only thing you're really concerned with is catching this international mastermind." "Precisely." Kano felt like he was starting to get a picture of what sort of person Stanley was. "So you don't really care what happens to the girl who has been abducted, do you?" "Not particularly, no." Why do you have a problem with that?" Kano clenched his fist. His hand was shaking with anger. Dictatum number 8. When you really want to punch something, you really probably shouldn't. Kano recited the words inwardly like some sort of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right into Sammy's face. Outside the car, the traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed against a feeling of utter futility. One after another, his uncertainties come to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What had happened to Hiromi and Tatino, her bodyguard? And now, on top of all this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away without Karawan without any backup. Now that Jack had alerted him to the presence of a dangerous international mastermind still on the loose. Finding back his fit of pique, Kano got out his cell phone. Fit of pique, to do something impulsive out of irritation, resentment, or like somewhere to doing something in a huff. He dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten out Karawan back to the precinct safely, and B, he dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Sawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's 2 daughters might shed some light on the situation. I think B. He dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Osawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's 2 daughters might shed some light on the situation. The detective answered promptly. "Kajiwara here." "Hey, it's Kano." Kano. A horrid, jarring beeping was audible from the other end of the line. "What's that noise?" Kano asked. "Sorry, hold on, I can't really hear you." "Okay, go on." It sounded like Kajiwara had moved away from the source of the noise, though Kano could still hear it faintly in the background. He explained that he was looking for more info on the Osawa girls. "Honestly, Detective Kano, I thought you were more mature than this," Kajiwara said it disapprovingly. "Come again?" Kano said, bewildered. "What's with the attitude all of a sudden?" "You've got a little crush, don't you?" Kajiwara told him. "What?" "No, Detective, that isn't why. You mustn't let yourself get personally attached to an investigation. Still, I was young and impulsive once, or myself once. I guess I could tell you one thing. Kano kept his cell phone pressed against his ear. The two girls, they look exactly alike. Kajiwara kept his voice low as if they were revealing a major secret. But Kano knew this already. Everyone assigned to the investigation had been informed that the girls were twins at the previous night's briefing. However, Kajiwara continued, still sotto voce. Their personalities are pretty different. The younger sister Hinomi is quiet and reserved, but Maria is apparently more of a busybody. Ah, I see. Kano thought back on Hinomi standing in front of the statue of Hachinko. She had indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment of helping her sister. Perhaps she was less demonstrative to her heart, and certainly seemed to be in the right place. Why? Kano heard someone shouting in the background whenever Kajiwara was. What was that just now, he asked. Mr. Osawa, the girl's father, I think something might have happened. Kajiwara's voice was laced with concern. I should go see what this is all about. Yeah, probably. But Kano, tell me, yes. Which one is it? Which one do you have a crush on? Kano hung up. At long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Al Karawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted already, hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind them. They crept up on their target as silently as possible, then rushed them once they were close. In a moment they had subdued him. Kano used his own body weight to hold Al Karawan down. What are you doing out here? He demanded. Whoa, hey, guess you didn't get the memo, huh? Al Karawan flashed a coy grin. They let me go. Let you go? I think your buddy might have hearing problems, Al Karawan said to Stanley. I'm a free man. Kano turned and glared at Stanley. What is he talking about? What if he's an undercover agent? No idea. First things first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the syndicate hangout by myself. You don't think this is weird? Kano asked. I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again? What matters is that he is free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go. But that's ridiculous. And I guess he must have escaped on his own, Stanley replied. In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now, it's on you to unscrew things. None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remained that he couldn't let go of Al Karawan. Just let Al Karawan go. He gave Stanley detailed directions to the hangout, and the car sped away towards Yoyogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with the captain, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Al Karawan that would help resolve the case. Kano sat opposite Al Karawan at the interrogation room. He had been attempting to interview the suspect for a quarter of an hour. Al Karawan sat ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompts or questions. What time is it right now? He asked. They'd taken away his watch, his wallet, a small knife, and his keychain. This was the third time he'd asked to know the time. Why are you so concerned what time it is? Kano asked. Al Karawan gave no reply. Are you waiting on something? Again, the suspect was stingy silent. Kano wasn't sure what to make of this, but he took a look at his watch. It's around 2 o'clock, he said. What time exactly? 2:18. 2:18. How many seconds? Look, just cut the crap. Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. What the hell are you people after? Al Karawan merely repeated his question. What time is it right now? With a growl of aggravation, Kano shoved his wristwatch in Al Karawan's face. Ah, it's 2:20, Al Karawan said. Okay then, that should do it. What? What does that mean? The interrogation went on for several more hours. Despite Kano's best efforts, however, Al Karawan said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways, but Kano stuck in the investigation room, knew nothing about it until everything was already over and done. Bad end, basically. Alright, now what? Questioning Al Carawan. While Kano performed admirably in recapturing Tariq Al Carawan, ironically, his action actually disrupted the investigation. Maybe letting the syndicate run free for the time being really was the right call. Someone can do something at 1340 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities. Thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties, and Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. Wait. Someone can do something at 1340 that throws a wrench into his activity. Thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties, and Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. 1340. $13.40, huh? No. Hold on a moment. Osawa, huh? Already went through this before. All of a sudden, this different noise cut in over the bug tracker. Kajiwara here. Kano? Kajiwara's customary nonchalant expression vanished into a sudden seriousness. Sorry, hold on, he continued. Can't really hear you. He headed out of the room, the phone clutched to his ear. Sawa was left to wonder what the detective had been about to tell him. The bug tracker was what? What the heck was going on? The sound wasn't stopping. Deciding that he'd better do something, Osawa took the bug tracker and checked behind the bookcase. Didn't seem like the signal was coming from back there. He proceeded to pull each and every one of the books off the shelf. Nothing. He checked the area around his computer. He scanned the monitor, the case, the power outlet. He found nothing that could be a listening device anywhere. He found a small screwdriver and dismantled the mouse. The brown circuit board was lined with chips, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. And so the mechanical sound just continued mocking him. Just try to find it. Go ahead and look everywhere. Beep, 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 beep. It was being ridiculed. The sound wouldn't stop until the time tickled past. Had it been 5 minutes? 10? Maybe more. He began to lose hope that he could find a listening device, and even to stop caring. Instead, he was overcome with the feeling that this room, which for years had been a sanctuary, had ceased to be his own, as if something other had intruded and laid claim to his personal space. In his fevered mind, he began to hear the tracker sound as a high-pitched laugh, as a cursed, relentless noise, cruel and taunting, the mockery of the devil himself. Osawa hurled the bug tracker against the wall. Then he picked it up, only to smash it back onto the floor, and then he stomped on it ferociously. Then there was a satisfying snap, accompanied by the sensation of the thing being crushed underfoot. The noise stopped. Or, well, it ought to have. And yet, for some reason, the horrid noise kept sounding in Osawa's ears. It wasn't coming from the bug tracker after all. It was inside his own head, somewhere inescapable, echoing within his skull. No, the noise didn't stop. It only grew louder. Why? 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 Osawa screamed. That's the why in the background in Kano's story. Why? Why was he being tormented like this? He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He felt his mind beginning to dissolve. Bad end. Are you serious? Brain freeze? The insistent beeping from the bug tracker wound up driving Osawa out of his mind. When Kajiwara was about to say, just before he got to the phone call, was pretty crucial to Osawa to hear. Unfortunately, the call distracted him, and he left the room before he could finish his thought. Maybe things could have gone differently if someone hadn't called Detective Kajiwara right then. Oh, my lord. Now I gotta go back to Kano's story, not call this dude. I figured that's what I had to do, but nope. He dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten him back. He dialed up Sasayama and wanted to make sure his partner had gotten him back to the precinct safely. Sasayama picked up almost right away. Kano, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Alcarawan back? Nah, I've gotten Tatino taken care of him. Wait, what? Kano could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tatino? He asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah, just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. Kano felt a surge of relief. But what about Hitomi then? Stanley glanced over at him, curious. Tatino says he lost track of her somehow, then he got called back to the precinct apparently. Tatino had lost track of her? That's not like him, Kano thought. Since he was heading back there anyway, I handed our guy over to him, and Sasayama said, I see. Kano was glad to hear that Tatino was all right, but his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought of what happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back detailing the attached case, Sasayama continued. Today's my wife's birthday, you know. My plan is to wrap up this thing up ASAP so we can celebrate tonight. I've already gotten a present and everything. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi, but Shizuo's face popped in his mind's eye right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy, even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama. Masami Nagahama, Midoriya Academy graduate and national celebrity. Her popularity shows no signs of slowing down after she played the female lead in such films as The Beast That Hoarded Gold at the Heart of the World and The Swidden Fortress. There is another national famous actress as well with the same name, but it is a nationally known fact that they are two completely separate people. Ha 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 ha. Still snickering, Sasayama hung up. Kano bit his lip and slipped his phone back into his pocket. On long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as he did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. An abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Alcarawan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind him. He crept up on his target sideways as possible. Back to all this again. Oh my, 2 hours and 49 minutes in. I feel like more time should have passed than that. Man, I feel like I'm melting. Oh. 1340 again. Alright. Let's see what it looks like for Osawa's. Okay. Thomas Akipo, H.E. Right. I forget what H.E.'s was. I think it has something to do with Kano. Yeah. They powered their cell phones back on in order to call for help. Oh, Hitomi chirped. That's me. She took a look at the LCD display. An email from Mr. Tanaka. Ah, okay. Hitomi began taking out a response with practiced ease. More wild delusions arose in Eiichi's mind. Wild delusions. Ideas or fantasies conjured up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Eiichi's delusions here are of an ultimately harmless sort. Stealing a quick glance at Hitomi, he noticed her happily gazing at her phone's screen. He heard his delusions ran even more wild. While he was still fretting furiously, Hitomi finished typing a response. So, what did you wind up saying, Eiichi asked. I explained the situation, that we're trapped in a storeroom. You've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van? Yes, I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police. Whoever this Tanaka guy was, Hitomi sure seemed to put a lot of trust into him. A short while later, Hitomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen and flashed all eagerness. Eiichi couldn't help but ask, so, what's the Tanaka guy have to say? Did his utmost to pretend he didn't notice. Eiichi couldn't help but ask, oh, what does this Tanaka guy have to say? A hint of jealousy slipped into his voice. He says he's gonna try to find the minivan for us. Huh? If he just comes and lets us out, I can go look for him myself. He says he wants us to hide out where we are, or hide out here a little longer. What the hell, seriously? He says that if someone's after me, it's safer that way where you're here. Yeah, I'm out of the running, Eiichi thought to himself. This Tanaka was clearly pretty concerned for her, and there was really no one else. There was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. Alright, fine, we'll wait. Eiichi turned off his own phone off, then slumped back in a huff. After 20 more minutes in the storeroom, the two were sitting in silence. Eiichi had run out of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy, Susumu, I think it was? Hitomi's question caught Eiichi off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Hitomi shook her head. I'm so sorry. I barely know you. That was insensitive of me. No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things would go back the way they used to be, Eiichi said. He let out a tiny sigh. What that Kiru guy said was the truth. I was the guy who founded SOS. Do you know what I mean by that? Hitomi gave a slight nod. I mean, I never wanted to be in charge of a gang or anything, but I knew that if I left, SOS would just fall apart. And I didn't want anyone else to get all caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought long and hard about it, looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. The loud voice echoed through the pool hall that served as SOS's HQ. Pool hall, an establishment for playing pool, more formally known as pocket billiards. This particular place is a pool bar serving alcohol. The standard pool table is rectangular in shape. Sports 6 pockets, 4 in the corners, 1 in the middle of each long side, and supports multiple games, including 9-ball, 8-ball, rotation. There are also tables without pockets. This style is also known as carom billiards. What do you mean you're leaving? Susumu was positively red in the face. You're our founder, Eiichi. You can't just up and quit. Susumu had been almost like a younger brother to Eiichi. If anyone was going to try to stop him, Eiichi knew full well it would be Susumu. Look, I'm not gang leader material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we're all able to have fun. That's not true, Susumu said. Think about all the stuff you taught us. Don't you remember? Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Those are your words, Eiichi. Did I say that? It's the heaviest thing you've ever said. Then to Eiichi's consternation, Susumu got down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't leave. Without you, SOS is nothing. Eiichi could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Susumu, I'm sorry. Eiichi could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't, Susumu pleaded. Please don't say that. Eiichi turned his back to him in silence. Please, Eiichi, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough with all the request nonsense. Eiichi grimaced. What? Look at you, down on your hands and knees, like that pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling or capable of emotion. Over time, the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later on, more modern sense of arousing one's pity. Look at you down on your hands and knees like that, pathetic. Eiichi spoke as harshly as he could, fighting to mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you, all of you. With each word out of his mouth, Eiichi could feel his own heart breaking, but if he couldn't make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try to pull that crap. Susumu's tone had changed from sadness to anger. Fine then, he rallied. I'm never asking you for anything again. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reins of SOS. Eiichi walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck. I mean it. Once he stepped out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face and came away, wet with tears. Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologize to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again, but that's never going to happen, not unless Suzune gets better. He stared into the distance at nothing in particular. At least he sorted out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Hitomi asked. She needed a heart transplant, and the problem with heart transplants is that timing is tricky. The act of surgically implanting one's heart into another's body, such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who cannot survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be transplanted. However, chief among them, that the donor must first be brain dead. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things get dicey. Because lack of oxygen causes damage referred to as warm ischemia damage in any organ removed from a human body. A transplant must be carried out and blood circulation restored within a certain time window, known as the total ischemic time. Ischemic? Ischemic. I think it's ischemic. Ischemic time. Oh my god. In the case of a heart transplant, total ischemic time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations. Oh wow, I didn't realize. Someone with a heart that's a match for Susan would need to die somewhere near her. Somewhere they could perform the surgery within the 4 hour window. The odds of that happening are so small it would almost be a miracle, which is what my sister's been waiting for. Eiichi thumped the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'd gladly let her have it. Damn it, and I've got a strong heart too. He thumped himself on the chest again and again. He didn't mention it to Hitomi, but this isn't blood type made finding her a heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood. A type of blood that does not correspond to the more common types of A, B, O, or AB. In some instances, a standard blood type yields a search of 0 in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai. On India's west coast, the blood type takes its name from the city due to its relatively high incidence rate among the inhabitants. She had one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently there were only a few dozen people in all Japan who had it. This isn't ever were to receive a heart transplant. It would be from someone who had. It would need to be from someone who also had Bombay blood. H.E. It almost sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Susan. If you did manage to find this hard for your sister, what would you do? What do you mean? Say if you happened to across someone who had a donor match. I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took. I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Susan. Susan. I mean, at that point, I assumed God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? Mr. Tanaka? Mr. Tanaka, unfortunately for these two, it's on Mr. Tanaka right now. Tanaka is at the Asawa residence on his way to speak with Kenji Asawa, who's washing dishes after lunch. Okay. Hidomi's voice was barely a squeak. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat? Ichi suggested, or not. Nice. Suddenly, someone hit the door hard. It sounded like they were trying to break the lock. You really think that's Tanaka? Ichi asked. I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something. Ichi grabbed Hidomi's hand. We'd better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. Oh my god, it's this guy. In stepped the man with the cane. What the heck? Ichi whispered. What's he doing here? Something tells me he's working with the police. But he's like undercover to like have them killed or something. I don't know. Gun drawn, the assassin prowled slowly around the storeroom. Ichi and Hidomi crouched behind the plywood prop, trying not to make a sound. The man moved out of their line of sight. Ichi glanced longingly at the door. Ichi risked a peek around the corner of the plywood. He still couldn't see the man with the cane. The door was maybe 5 meters away. What should they do? They needed to just make a run for it. They needed to wait for a safer chance to escape. I'm gonna go with a safer chance. No, they needed to wait for a safer chance to escape. Ichi heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating from a tall piece of plywood named by the door. The assassin stepped out from behind it. He still hadn't spotted his quarry. I'm sure this is the place. His voice was low and confident. Uh-oh. Did he have friends? Still clutching his phone, the assassin wandered deeper into the storeroom. Ichi and Hidomi took the opportunity to step out the door. They ran through the alleyways back toward the main road. Before they reached it, however, they suddenly found their path cut off by one of the foreigners who chased them earlier, the accomplice of the man with the pipe. He stood waiting for them, holding a knife in one hand, out of the frying pan and into the fire. If they turned back and Ichi knew the man with the cane might catch up with them, he had a gun. Ichi slipped off his sleeveless jacket and wrapped it around his left arm. He was going to have to use his left arm to guard against the knife while punching with his right hand. He clenched his fist and braced himself, and then suddenly he froze. Huh? A small dark silhouette dropped from somewhere up above. Landing deftly, the newcomer lunged toward the man with the knife, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Figure delivered a swift chop to the back of the man's neck. He dropped it to the pavement like a dead man, finally giving Ichi a clear view of the shadow behind him. Ichi couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small-statured young woman with Middle Eastern features. Hidomi let out a little gasp. Kanan? whatever. I'm gonna do Tama now. Let's do the jump for Tama. Genji Osawa and Cat. The sales demo is over, and against all odds I've managed to get paid. Money clutched in one paw, I head to the knick-knack shop to finally buy that necklace I can't stop thinking about. Hello, anyone here? I call out. There's no reply. Is the shopkeeper out? Ah, just a moment. Panting, the sales clerk comes scurrying into the shop behind me. Sorry about that, just had to pop out for a sec. You would not believe what I just saw. He leans against a pillar, gasping audibly as he tries to catch his breath. Ah, you're here about that necklace. Do you still have it? Of course. Thank you so much. I have half the money here and the rest is in my... Oh. Suddenly remember something very important. Oh no. The sales clerk gave me a curious look. What's the matter? My wallet. It's still in here. I pat the costume around the tummy. Why don't you just take that outfit off? Well, I mean, the zipper's kind of broken. I wouldn't be having all this trouble if I could just get out of this darn costume. Kind of broken? It's way more broken than that. The sales clerk points to me with a full body mirror. He's right, the zipper in the back is hanging open. Taking this thing off will be a cinch now. Oh, thank you. I gave him a bow. I'm not sure you needed to be thanking me, he says. No, I do. If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have let myself stay stuck in here forever. So really, thank you so much. I bow again and again. To be continued. Dun dun dun. Very interesting. Tama is now actually the sister Maria. Very interesting. Director, if you have a moment. Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Yes, of course. Osawa took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kajiwara. I won't be needing this anymore. As soon as they had left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him, I got an email from Hitomi. He showed the cell phone to Osawa. It looked like my sister was being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is still chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Sawa knew he trusted Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know any place he might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry. I don't really have any idea, Asawa replied. He was ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Tanaka, picking up this discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed that he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. Tanaka paused for a moment, the thought looking like he might have a hunch. Alright then, he said. We'll have to talk in more detail later. With that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara spoke from the kitchen door. Peeping in on me again, huh? Osawa grumbled. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the detective had overheard the conversation with Tanaka. Good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you throw it out? The sounds from the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter. Something wasn't right, Osawa now realized. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said, this is my bug tracker. So, Osawa huffed. What I mean, sir, this one isn't broken. What? Chill ran up Osawa's spine. He swallowed audibly. I pinpointed the source of the signal, Kajiwara said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, Osawa thought. I must have misheard that. Hold on, say that again? I've located the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka, the detective repeated. This time Osawa heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. Osawa felt the blood draining from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, that they've heard about the email from Hiromi, if the kidnappers were the ones listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. I'll go after him, sir. Kajiwara broke into a sprint. Osawa followed close behind. To be continued. I was thinking maybe he was a double-crosser. This is the kind of stuff that you expect from the TV show 24, honestly. Okay, that's to be continued, that's to be continued, that's to be continued. This is the only one that's a bad end. $13.40. Ah, oops, sorry to keep you waiting, a girlish voice exclaimed. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. The crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes. You're late, the event organizer snapped. What the heck have you been doing? Grabbing the newcomer by one paw, he vanished with her into the little back room. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up in her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, he called out, but now I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is the Burning Hammer. As he signaled, the young woman and the cat appeared on the stage. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works. It's magic, the young woman exclaimed cheerily. The cat nodded and threw out her arms. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. And with that, the sales demo was underway, a good 25 minutes behind schedule. 5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamor filled the room. What the heck are you trying to pull? I can't believe you actually tried to sell something like this. Outrage had been triggered by something the young woman on stage had said. She had inadvertently let slip out that Burnham was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100-yen shop. The would-be customers were furious and learned that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them had immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now they're organized, the full-figured young woman and the girl in the cat costume were at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things had gotten pretty interesting, really. Minoru Kawa pulled out his digital camera. Some modern digital cameras come with a remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or phone image of people smiling. There were even cases cameras recognized faces in the wood grain of ceilings, after all. If we could make out faces in the wood, we're gazing lazily up at the ceiling. We can't fault the camera for doing that. And started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. Unfortunately, their frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess I'll just need to do some interviews instead of getting pictures. Excuse me, he asked one woman. Would you mind if I asked you some? Shut your mouth. Would you mind telling me a little about... Don't you talk to me. Could I get a word on... Unbelievable, just unbelievable. The women were so outraged that Minoru Kawa couldn't get any of them to give him the time of day. Before long, the entire crowd had surged out of the room and departed. Ah, well, guess I've got enough to do a write-up at least, though it would be nice to get a quote from somebody. He decided to try for an interview with the man who organized the fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about this product scam falling through? Heading back into the event room, Minoru Kawa passed by the cat mascot. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected that Burning Hammer had been a bust. Hey, I'm Minoru Kawa, freelancer reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time. The organizer sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you. The man's voice had lost all of its earlier punch. Here are my credentials. Minoru Kawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagishita, and Minoru Kawa got right down to business. So your sales demo is over, Mr. Yanagishita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow's another day, I guess. Minoru Kawa was impressed by the guy's candor. I'm a little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts and I lost. Yanagishita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Debts? Minoru Kawa asked. There was a girl I was in love with, Yanagishita said. I wound up spending everything on her. He stared wistfully into the distance. Interesting, Minoru Kawa said. You wouldn't be the first man to go to such lengths for a woman. Man. Yeah, Yanagishita said, I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike Minoru Kawa as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided that it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself, Yanagishita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off, you know? You got that right. Minoru Kawa nodded in agreement. So I just figure, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. A more earnest smile broke through Yanagishita's forlorn expression. Minoru Kawa wished Toyama had been there to hear this fellow. I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself, Minorikawa said. He runs a publishing company, but there's a big mix-up with the scratch cards in his magazine and... Scratch cards? It's not important, Minorikawa said hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favors. Anyhow, debt is a terrible thing, Minorikawa nodded sagely. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently, they're some legendary street gang here in the Shibuya. SOS? Nishida shook his head. No, never heard of them. Guess I'm not going to get any leads on that case here. Minorikawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe Nishida would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. No, nothing really came to mind. It was time to wrap this up. I'm going to go with the Shibuya Now. Taking a little bit of a burden off Chiaki seemed like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling, you can't repay your debts, yet you still refuse to give up, believing an opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Yang Nishida paused and thought. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Minorikawa was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any burning hammer, and sure I can't pay off my debts, but even so, Nishida looked Minorikawa right in the eye. The two cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright. Minorikawa was surprised. I mean, so what if I've got debts? Yang Nishida went on. In the long run, none of that matters, not really. There was a knock at the door. Oh, excuse me a moment, Yang Nishida said. I wonder who that could be. He opened the door and his face froze. Damn, wasn't quite quick enough. Mr. Minorikawa? Yes? You'll have to pardon me, I've had a little something crop up here, so if you don't mind. Oh sure, not a problem. I've got other interviews I just need to get to anyway, so I'll just... But Yang Nishida was out the door before Minorikawa could even finish. Stepping out in the hallway, Minorikawa could faintly hear voices from an adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Nishida and two other men. Minorikawa couldn't make out any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. It was probably some customer complaint against one of his products or an issue with a client company, something along those lines. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. You ain't in there, Mr. Nishida. It's those guys that probably the loan sharks, or whatever they were from earlier. Oh, perfect timing. Minorikawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he'd spoken to earlier that afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. What is it? I'm real busy right now. I've got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Minorikawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone. Okay, so a little while ago I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it isn't much of a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Minorikawa furrowed his brow. A suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterward, the man said. Afterward? The man leaned in conspiratorially. The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Whoa, what? I'm telling you, man. It had to have been like a bribe or something. A bribe? That seemed unlikely. I swear, that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making this all up, are you? Minorikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Why do I have to? Minorikawa asked. If you have the tip for the police, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to police. Besides, they're never going to believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe he had a point there. But you're some world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that random nobody. Or over that of a random nobody. Minorikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was his usual to make the call. He phoned up the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in anyway? What? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops, I gotta get going. He skittered off in an alarm. Minorikawa was left to wonder what his guy's line of work actually was, but he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Before long, he arrived back at Cafe Lautric. The clock on the wall showed that it was close to 2 o'clock. Yet, to somehow fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? Said a low, stern voice. You got no good magazines here. Minorikawa looked up. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who had been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently, he'd been here at the cafe this whole time. Haven't you got any magazines for me to read? The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared toward a younger reader. The waitress sifted through the stacks and pulled something from the back. Perhaps this would be your liking, sir, she said. She held an issue of 4-Star General Gossip. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper to print. It's printed on for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the Gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch card still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might end up further in debt. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. Sir, what are you doing? The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. The magazine is still perfectly readable, Minorikawa said. There's no problem here. As he strode back to the seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. She picked up right away. Hello, Minorikawa asked. Hi there, good to hear from you, Chiaki replied. How's progress? I did it, Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion. I managed to get people to hear me out. Of course you did. You got your pointers from me. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino. Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay, then, he said, head back to the editing department and put together an article for me. You got it, sir, Chiaki chirped in reply. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Minorikawa said, told him. Told her, yeah. Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot in the layout. DTP, abbreviation for desktop publishing, refers to the process of editing a manuscript layout on a computer preparatory to sending it out to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for printing known, but has not been actually printed yet, is also sometimes called DTP. Sure thing. Minorikawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeves. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. The Burrow and Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back toward his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? His laptop monitor was still a black empty screen. There's no way it could have took this long to finish booting up. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. His computer decided to pick up now of all times to give up the ghost. Minorikawa felt his blood drain from his face. To be continued. I think his laptop died. It's not broke or anything. Okay, let's do the jump for the cat.
On the hallway, I passed by the man I had recognized earlier from one I didn't recognize. Odd, the sales demo's over. I'm why he's still here. I give him a finger on and he heads back. Okay. I should keep my fingers across for the guy. Is the same thing that's gonna happen again? I guess technically I don't need to do that. I just need to. What is it there? Oh, Kanos. That's right. Oh my. Oh, sweet mother. Volcano performed a 1340. Alright. I'll be right back, folks. My apologies, folks. It's just so hot here. I had to step out of the room. Okay, so my room is like really small, and like my room is like cluttered with like just different furniture and stuff in general. But the thing is that well, I mean, some people say the clutter actually helps, but I doubt it. It's just the small room, the TV, and the computer and all that being on just makes this room even hotter. And I didn't have the window open because, like I said, it was apparently 33 degrees out here. So obviously that's just over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm just like sitting here and I'm just like, oh my god. I needed to step out and like, I almost felt like I couldn't breathe or whatever. So I had to step out. Was able, to recollect myself a little bit, poured myself a drink, and here I am. So I apologize. Just I gotta stay focused. Alright. So the bad end. Someone can do something at 1340. I really hope that. I doubt this is it. I came to wrap this up. Thank you for your time, Mr. Yunji. Excuse me, I'll have to get another interview. Oh no, of course, allow me to walk you out. Rose is Mr. Minori got up to leave. Oh, that won't be necessary. It's no trouble, I'm on my way up myself. Gotta run before those guys show up. What guys do you mean? Oh, nobody, just a personal thing is all. They parted ways outside the building, and Minari Kawa headed off to the cafe to put his article together. Oh, perfect timing. Okay. I'm gonna see if this has any... I doubt that's the thing. So yeah, I kind of had that suspicion because every single time that they got a hold of Mr. Tanaka, that guy was there. Because, like, out of a huge city like that, like, looking up and down places and just looking around, you would think, how can this person just randomly come up and be like, hey, there's this person right here, the end. Like, I knew you were here the whole entire time. Like, you had got to be extremely lucky or somebody's tipping you off. And obviously the more obvious one is being tipped off. And I was right. But, yeah. But I was thinking, like, he was more on the good side. But I mean, the guy was like, oh, this woman needs to die. So I was just like, oh, okay. Yeah. Wish I could speed through this a little faster. There, I thought this was something new, but it's not.
Oh, no way. So that was it? No, that's driving me. Oh, here we go. A frantic-looking man had jumped out in front of the car. Whoa, hey, what the hell are you doing? Kano sputtered. The stranger plastered his face against the passenger side window. Open up, he shouted. Open the door. The guy showed every sign of total panic. Guy. Junichi Yanashida. Something happened just after he parted ways with Minorikawa, and now he's running this way in quite a panic at that. Don't do it, Stanley warned. Kano hesitated. It wasn't likely they could just drive off with this fellow clinging to the car. Please, you gotta help me. Wow, that face. Only a face a mother would love. The man slipped his fingers through the gap in the window, trying to force it further open. If I could take a screenshot of that face and put it as my PSN avatar, I would. Help me. Whoa, hold on. What's your deal? Help me. Sir, just tell me what. Help me. Look, up ahead, Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Kano whipped his head around. There, walking along the sidewalk ahead, was Al Carawan. What the hell? Kano jumped out of his car, hands jammed. Oh. Hold on a moment. Nope. Look up ahead, Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Kano whipped his head around. There, walking on the Kano tried to jump out of his car, but the frantic stranger had gotten his upper body wedged in the window, and the door wouldn't open. Stanley, his usual steely expression replaced with a look of shock, exited on the driver's side and went after Al Carawan himself. Kano shouted at the man in the window. Get out of the way. Stanley, wait. Alright, get in. Get in. If the guy was that desperate to get inside, Kano wasn't about to stop him. Besides, he needed to get the guy to calm down and let go of his arm. Ow, the man yelped. Let go, let go. He was the one holding on. Why was he demanding to be let go? What the hell was going on? Just Kano's thought was forming. The crazed stranger was yanked back out of the car, dragging Kano with him. A pair of rough-looking men had grabbed him by his lower body. No, he screamed. I can't do 80 days hard labor. Somehow he was still managing to cling to the car door. Just give it up and let go already, snarled one of the assailants. The pair shifted their grip and pulled even harder. Kano heard the sound of tearing fabric as the two toughs tumbled backwards. Just like that, the gray stranger was stripped down to his boxers as he let out a pathetic wail. Aw, man! The two toughs burst into uproarious laughter at the sight. Now's our chance, one of them managed to sputter. Then was man snatched up his ruined garment and bolted like a startled hare. To dart off incredibly quick in the manner of a fleeing rabbit, Yanashida runs a lot more like a rat than a rabbit, though. Still cackling madly, his two pursuers rushed after him. Kano was still staring dumbstruck at the spectacle that when Stanley returned to the car. No luck, I lost track of him. This doesn't make sense, Kano said, forcing himself to refocus on the case. Al Carawan was taken back to the precinct. What's he doing walking free? Stanley gave him a dubious look. Have you seriously not figured it out? He asked. Or is this some kind of strange Japanese joke I'm not getting? What are you talking about? Kano replied. Do you know something I don't? Evidently I do. Your detective Tedino let him go on purpose. That's the only explanation. Enraged at the suggestion, Kano took a swing at him, but Stanley coolly caught his fist. It's not me you should be punching, the American warned. It's Tedino. Abashed, Kano radioed up Kuze on the wireless. Sir, did Detective Tedino bring Tariq Al-Karawan into the precinct? It would appear that, Detective Tedino has gone rogue, Kuze replied with charging. He what?
Surely Kano hadn't misheard. We received an eyewitness account. Someone saw him allowing the suspect to go free. No. No, it can't be. We currently do not know Detective Tintino's whereabouts, or just what the hell is going on with him. After Kano ended the call, Stanley let out a low chuckle. I see. Looks like you had a traitor in your midst. Kano grabbed him by the collar. Stanley snorted. What are you trying to pull here? Tell me what you know, Kano snapped. All I did was state the facts. Look, I watched that man risk his life to talk down a would-be arsonist. He's a dyed-in-the-wool detective. He never betray anybody. I see, Stanley murmured. Then he's the real deal. Kano stared in surprise. He'd expect an argument. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Tadino risked his life in order to get people to trust him. He's a dyed-in-the-wool spy, is what he is. Kano didn't have the words. He clenched his fist, trembling once more. He fumbled for his cell phone again. He dialed Tadino's number. The phone rang 5 times but failed to connect. There has to be a reason for this, Kano muttered. Tadino must know something we don't. Really now? Stanley scoffed. And what makes you so sure of that? Because Detective Tadino was sure this kidnapping wasn't about the ransom. Kano's mind drifted back to 9 o'clock that morning. Ahead of their stakeout at the Scramble, he was walking with Tadino through the halls of the Shibuya precinct. We're going to do a bang-up job out there, Detective Tadino, he chirped. He was maybe a bit too excited about getting to take part in such a major case. Tadino pulled Kano in on the back. You need to take a step back. You're not letting yourself see the forest far from the tree. You're not letting yourself see the forest for the trees. What do you mean, sir? What I mean is that this is no ordinary kidnapping. Tadino's words triggered a little revelation. You're talking about the location for the ransom handoff, aren't you? Kano said. It doesn't make sense for the criminals to pick him at such a major intersection. Warmer, Tadino replied. Kano frowned inwardly. He'd been so sure that was the answer. Have you thought about why they asked to have the sister make the handoff? Kano thought about some more before answering. Because women are easier to deal with, he suggests? Colder. If that was the case, why not pick the mother? No, what worries me is the fact that the Asawa girls are twins. They're having us send someone to the handoff who looks identical to the girl they kidnapped. What's going to happen when we do that? What is going to happen, sir? Kano asked. I'm not sure yet, but I have a feeling the kidnapper's plan hinges on it. The two exited through the precinct's main entrance. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against a backdrop of bright blue sky. Tadino let out a quiet sigh. To think that so many terrible things are happening out there on such a beautiful day. Saw one case and another's waiting, he went on as always. What is that people that drives them to do such horrible things? A girl abducted out of pure greed. When I think of how her parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. They made their way toward the Scramble. Tadino to continue talking in a quiet voice. My father was a raging alcoholic. The house was always a complete mess. He was loud, violent, never had any money, always reeked of booze. My mother, she would cry and cry. I was afraid to come home. Every day I stayed out playing as late as I could possibly manage. Kano could hear the pain in Tadino's voice. That life took too much of a toll on my mother. She died when I was still in grade school. My father, he just got worse. I was there with him at the end, after he wasted away to almost nothing. Not to the sort of childhood I'd ever wish on anybody. Sounds like you really went through a lot. I'm wondering if this has anything to do with how her father is, not really giving his daughters his all, because his head is so into his work. I wonder if this has anything to do with that, but also, the drugs and that, obviously. Kano hit... No, that can't be it. I'm probably just assuming things. Kano hated himself for uttering such an empty platitude, but he had no idea what else to say. Well, I was thinking that. It kinda doesn't really make sense. unless like her sister was behind the whole thing. But seeing that how she lost her memory, that's why I don't believe that idea. Kano, as old as I am, I still don't really know what it is to be happy. I think that's probably because I've never known what it's like to have a happy family. Tatino sounded so forlorn. The only happiness I know how to protect is other people's happiness. Kano heard in those words the soul of a true detective. I just hope you're ready. Kano did his best to keep his voice as calm as level as he could, lifting up his clenched fist. Because if I find proof that Tatino is innocent, I'm planting this right into your jaw. Stanley just cracked a wry smile. The traffic had finally diminished, and they rapidly drew closer to their destination. The syndicate Tanda was in Tamagaya, to the southwest of Yoyogi Park. Yoyogi. The ratty building looked like it might come back, crashing down any minute. The black lodge sign looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place was as a bar frequent expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequent used. Okay, yeah, read this stuff before. In the hallway, there was a wooden door. Stanley signaled. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Stanley signaled with his eyes. Kano gave a tiny nod. Stanley kicked the door in. A stench of blood hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Kano let out a startled gasp. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled across the floor. He recognized them all. There were men who had participated in the repeated attached case handoffs. Each appeared to have stabbed to death. Stanley took a closer look. The blood's not fully dried. These guys weren't killed that long ago. Kano quickly scanned the bar high and low, but there was no sign of a killer in hiding. There was no trace of Maria either. One of the fallen men let out a faint, strained groan. Hey, Kano called out, stay with us. He hunched down beside the wounded man. Ugh. A brief gurgle rose from the man's throat. He was clearly struggling to say something, but his voice was too garbled, too indistinct for Kano to make any coherent words. Kanan. What was that? But there was no more. The dying man went limp and still. To be continued. Another 4-hour stream. Could have been a little shorter there if I was still on the ball and continued picking it up. I would have just made it under the 4-hour mark. I've got a really bad proposition about this. Never take anything at face value. Just who are you calling Flim Flam? Do you know me? You've hoarded so many things to yourself. Deadly preposition, bronze trophy achieved. Maria. Whoop. I liked you better with the cat costume. Not gonna lie. Well, there's our big dun dun dun. Now, I kind of wish I had Maria as the last one. As the big reveal, because that would have been perfect for the end of this stream. But yeah, Maria. It's the sister. She's missing. Nobody's got her. People think she's still been kidnapped. But she must have done something maybe to fight off somebody or something, but she didn't wake up to anybody around. and she had a bump, like, I guess she bumped her head. That gave her amnesia is what I'm assuming, and she's just been traveling around trying to figure out, like, who she is and, like, where she's at, maybe, or just whatever in general, that they were like, what am I, where am I, what am I doing, who am I, and then she's trying to do stuff, or maybe she's trying to retrace her steps, maybe, even, perhaps, and then she's like, oh, wait a minute, like, and then that's when she came across that guy, the Afro Man. I can't remember what's his name, it's weird name anyway. Well, a lot of people would be like, yeah, it's weird to you because, you know, that's a Japanese name. That's not common over in North America. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is some name I can't remember. So I can't really say it's a weird name. Could be something common over in Japan. But it's just weird for us over here. So I don't mean to be rude. But, yeah. So I'm kind of like at a loss here. Not really at a loss, but it's interesting. So the question is is she trying to remember who she was? Was she retracing her steps before she ran into the guy with the afro? And went from there? Either way, at the end of the day, they were probably trying to get her because they failed to kidnap Maria. Or Maria ended up escaping without them knowing it. One of the two. And with that being said, here we are. But, yeah. Anyway. Well, this has been 428 Shibuya Scramble Part 4. Visual novel. Apparently this game was on the Nintendo Wii. So, it's kind of not really surprising. Because some Nintendo Wii games ended up being on the PS3 afterwards. Sometime down the road. Like, No More Heroes, for an example. And that House of the Dead game that was exclusive to the Nintendo Wii. And then ended up coming on to the PS3. Well, this game is apparently on PS3 and also the PS4 apparently as well as I think as the Vita. I could be wrong about the Vita, but the PS3 and the PS4 has this game if I remember correctly. So, yeah. I don't know if it's on the PC though. But this is interesting though. So, yeah, I just learned that today. I don't know if it ever came out over here, but I know it's over in Japan. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was over here on, in North America for the Nintendo Wii. Because the guide that I found was in English. Anyway. Alrighty. And that's where it had the image of the, for the Wii, the game on the Wii. I never, like, it's always been there when I looked at it, but I just never really paid attention that it was a Nintendo Wii, for the cover. Like, it was there out in the open, but I just wasn't really paying attention to that part because I always scroll down quick enough. Anyway. So, yeah. Anyway. Hope you all are enjoying my Let's Play of this. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon for part 5. I want to thank my Stu for popping in briefly, and my friend Dave for popping in briefly. And if anybody else has been lurking, thank you for coming in. And for those who are on YouTube, yeah. Thank you for bearing with. I'm hoping you're enjoying this as well, and hopefully I'll see you for part 5. See you, everyone.